So I welcome you all in second day of FDP. Today for all three sessions, Vipin Gupta ji is the expert, and in this session he will enlighten you with the different cloud storage technologies on AWS cloud. Now I request Vipin sir to please start the session.
Thank you, sir. Please, sir, share the screen.
Please.
So we are starting the session. I will request the participant to join on time so that you are not going to miss the initial sessions, because even if you are going to miss the 5-minute session, you might not be able to understand certain things. So keep that in mind. So let me again check how many participants are there. Sir, should we wait for 2-3 minutes or should I start?
That would be better. Actually, only 54 participants have joined it. So let's wait for
I will wait 2-3 minutes more. We will wait. Another 1 minute we are going to wait, then we will start the session.
Sir, I think you should start.
Yes, we will start. So I'm starting with the morning session, that is cloud storage. Again, just please remember that cloud storage is very important. Whatever you are going to do in cloud, whether you are doing infrastructure as a service or you are using AI, machine learning, IoT, you need a lot of storage. Even yesterday when we were saying about the hypervisor, there we needed some extreme storage devices like NAS and SAN. And same way in cloud, we need unlimited storage. So three types of storages are available in the cloud. One is EBS, Amazon EBS, then it is Amazon EFS, then Amazon S3. We will try to cover as many as possible in the session. Especially, we will be first looking at the EBS, and whatever time we will have, then we will go to the S3. And if the time is going to permit, then we are going to discuss about the EFS. Now, I have seen even industry people, they are not able to understand the difference between these storage. So understanding the difference between these three storage is very important, so that according to your need, you can use this storage. So I'm going to first 10 to 15 minutes, we are going to discuss about what are the different storage available and how these three storages relate with that. Now, four type of storages are available. First one is direct attached storage. That means when we attach the pen drive or external drive, what we are doing, we are directly attaching it with our laptop or PC on that. That is called direct attached storage. Even the hard disk in our laptop, that is direct attached storage example. And mostly in our life, we use this type of storage. But there is a limit in laptop. How many hard disks can I attach? One maximum, two or three, four. But when we need a lot of storage, petabyte, exabyte type of storage, then this is not the useful storage. So next three storages are more useful. NAS, network attached storage. Second is SAN, storage area network. Yesterday we have seen in our hypervisor implementation. That means SAN is provide you the hard disk, unlimited hard disk, and on NAS we store the files. Now, fourth one is object storage. Please remember, this is the most used storage, and we will see the reason of this. And especially when you are using the IoT, you cannot survive without this storage. So different storages has got different purpose. So let me relate. Again, dash mean hard disk or USB drive. It is going to be your dash drive. NAS, when suppose yesterday in my case, I have said that NAS is very costly, especially if you are going to purchase physical NAS. It is very costly. At least it is going to cost 4 to 5 lakh, and it can go up to 1 crore. But how they are going to implement this NAS? If you have got the knowledge of Linux system, if you are going to implement Samba or NFS server, what will happen? Your NAS will get ready. So in my case, I created the NAS by using. And NAS is also called file storage. Please remember, when you use the Windows system, on one Windows system, we share the folder, and that folder is available on the second PC. That is called file storage. That means whatever folder that folder, whatever file you are having, if you are going to share that, those files will be available, and we can put the permission whether that is read only or read write. So NAS is used for sharing the files. So another name for NAS is file storage. And the third one is your SAN. If I have to implement SAN myself by using Linux, then I have to use the two concepts, target server and LVM. If I have got the knowledge of these concepts, then I can create my own SAN. Or otherwise, it is going to almost cost you more than 4 to 5 lakhs if you are going to purchase the SAN. And it is also called the block storage. Why? Because whenever we are going to get some storage from the SAN, that can be formatted. Please remember, this file storage, whatever storage you are getting, you cannot format that. But in the case of SAN, whatever storage you are getting, that can be formatted. That is why most of the I will say 99% cases, whenever you are going to launch any instance on cloud, on any cloud, by default they use the SAN. and it is also called the block drive. Even to hard disk we call our block devices. And third, the fourth one storage is object storage. If I want to implement myself, then two softwares are there, Swift is there, Chef is there, I can implement. But remember, very tough concepts to implement this. And what is the advantage of object storage? Please remember, whenever you are using this storage, this user, you need little bit technical knowledge. But when you are using the object storage, you have to just open the browser. This object storage will get open in the browser. That is the main advantage of object storage. Now, what is the relation of these storage in the cloud? Suppose I do not want to implement the NAS myself. I want to use the cloud. Then Amazon's EFS service provide you the NAS. That means if I want to use the NAS in cloud and I do not have the skill, or I do not want to implement the NAS myself, then you can go to the AWS cloud. In AWS cloud, what you are going to do? You are going to use their elastic file system. And remember, it give you petabyte of storage. Minimum storage they give you petabyte storage. By default, when you are going to provision this storage, petabyte will be given to you, so you can store that mine of file. Then if I want SAN, then which service I have to use? I have to use the EBS service, elastic block storage. So when we are going to use the SAN, which service we have to use? EBS. That means I do not want to implement the SAN myself, then I will go to the AWS and use the EBS. And what about the object storage? I do not want to implement by using Chef or Swift software. So what I can do? I can go to the AWS and I'm going to use the S3 simple storage service. And please remember, trillions of objects are saved every day on this S3. Such is the scale of, even Dropbox behind the scene uses the S3. So, and in IoT, whenever you are attending IoT session or implementing, you will always say that you need S3 storage, because unlimited, you can store trillions of objects. So first, in our case, we will be looking at what is EBS type of storage. So we will be going through that. But again, let me go to practically. In the evening, by evening, I will be sharing these slides, or even after I think after 1 o'clock, I will be sharing these slides. Whatever slides I will be using today, I will be share after 1 o'clock at lunchtime. So let us first discuss about the EBS, how to use this EBS. Please remember, when I have to do the experiment for EBS, I need one window machine running on my AWS, and I need one Linux machine running on my AWS. So in my case, what I have done, I have already created the window machine, but purposefully I have not created the Linux machine, because in my case, although I think Mala ma'am has covered how to create the Windows instance, also how to create the Linux instance also. But in my case, I wanted to launch the Linux instance according to my requirement, because for this session, I need one particular Linux instance. And for the afternoon session, again, I will need the AWS Linux. So for that purpose, I will be creating the Linux according to me. But let me show you. Now we have got a lot of services are there. S3 is there, EFS is there, but we are now interested in your EBS service. So what I'm going to do, I will go to first EC2, and I want to see. I'm hopeful that everybody is now comfortable with this, what is EC2, how to launch instances. And please remember, in this workshop, most of the sessions are interrelated. That means if you are going to miss even one session, it is going to create problem in other sessions. So please, according to that, attend the session. So in my case, what is happening? My instance is already running. Which instance is running? My window instance is already running. Now what I have to do? I have to create one Linux instance. But before launching the Linux instance, we have to note down one proper thing where this instance has been launched. And you will see that my window instance has been launched in which region? US East 2B. And let me show you one thing more. In my case, if I have to assess the window instance, so what I'm going to do, I have downloaded the RDP client, so I am going to click on that. That means my window instance is already running. That means for showing you EBS, I have to show you the window. That means my window instance is already running. And please remember, when we create the window instance, by default, 30 GB hard disk is given to you. From where you can find out how much hard disk has been given? Disk management. That means you will go there, and from there, what you are going to do? Their disk management is there. If you are going to click on disk management, what will happen? It is going to show you the hard disk. That means now this 2016 server in my case is running in AWS cloud, and by default it is using 30 GB of hard disk. Now what happens when you start using this window instance? After some times you save some data. Suppose in my case, I'm assuming that I have already created 1 GB of data in this hard disk. That means this is 30 GB hard disk. How much free space it is showing? It is showing 14.91 free space it is showing. That means I will start creating the files. When I will start using this system, I will start creating the file. And suppose after some times I have created 1 GB of file. Now please, when this instance is running, this is going to cost you some money. Now what I want, I do not need now this instance for next 1 month. That means whatever I wanted to do the experiment with my Windows system, I have already done. Now I do not need this instance. So the benefit of the cloud is that you do not need to keep it running. What you can do, you can terminate the instance. I think Malam has already discussed how to terminate the instance. So we can terminate them. But what will happen to the data? That is 1 GB data that is residing in my this window 2016 server. So normally when we have to format our laptop, so what we do, we take the backup in external drive. So same way, what we want to attach some hard disk there. Now when we want to attach some hard disk, we cannot go to their AWS servers and physically attach those hard disks. So what we have to do, we have to use the SAN. That means in my case, because 1 GB data is there, so I will create a SAN of 2 GB. Now the problem is creating SAN. Which service I am going to use to create the SAN? For that, the service is EBS. When I will create that service EBS, I will say to that service, please create a 2 GB file for me. Now creating EBS is one thing. Then what I need to do, I need to attach that you can say that EBS storage with this machine. So first I'm going to show how to attach EBS with the window instance. Then after once I have covered this, then we will see how to use the EBS storage in Linux instance. And for that purpose, I will create the Linux instance myself. That means I have not previously. So let me first use the EBS with the Windows system. And please remember, uh, whenever you are going to use the cloud, almost it is certain that you have to use the EBS. That means when I have taken the backup on 2 GB, what I will do, I will delete this instance. Now after 1 month, when I again need this instance, what I will do, I will attach that EBS storage with this machine and again copy the data, because that EBS the cost is very, very less. But when this machine is running, the cost is more. So that means like in our real life, in physical world, we keep the backup in pen drive or external drive. Same way in in cloud world, we keep the backup on your infrastructure instances on the EBS storage. So I will minimize this. Now first what I am going to do, I will go to my, this is my machine running. So now where is that service? Please remember, this is elastic block storage. So technically we can say to it is SAN, but if they are going to write SAN, it is in cloud, mostly they use the another terms. So physically SAN, in cloud it is going to be called elastic block storage. So what I'm going to do, I will click on the volume. But before that, please remember, this is very important, availability zone. And please remember, I think Kamala ma'am already discussed, AWS has got data centers in many regions, like US East Ohio region. In my case, I have launched that instance in US East region. Please remember, this is available on Asia Pacific Mumbai region, because this is very important, because one instance is running. When I am going to run the second instance, it is recommended that please launch that instance in the same region. And to just remind what is the region, when I say that Bata showroom is in Delhi also, Mumbai also, it is in Chandigarh also, I'm talking about the three regions. But when I am talking about the Chandigarh region, in Chandigarh region, they have Bata people, they have got showroom in 17 sector also, 21 sector also, 34 sector. That is called zone. So same way, whether it is AWS cloud, or whether it is a GCP cloud, or whether it is your Azure cloud, what they have got many reasons, more than 20 reasons each cloud service has. And that reason also, they do not have one data center there. Minimum 3 data centers are there. And those 3 individual data centers are called zones. So in that Ohio is the region. In that region, 3 availability zones are there. Generally, they are named A, B, C. So when I'm going to launch the next Linux instance, please keep in mind that your instance should be running in US East 2B only. And another thing, when I'm going to attach SAN, SAN should also be created in the same region. If you are going to create in 2A region, that will not work. That means when you are creating the SAN, that should be in the same region in which your machine is running. So that is why I have pointed out that. So in my case, what I'm going to do, I will go to the volumes, and using EBS is very, very simple. So I will say create value. And please remember, sometimes we are just habit, you are just going to say click. By default, what is it going to do? It is creating 100 MB, 100 GB of hard disk. It is going to give. And how much maximum? Almost 16 terabyte you can attach. That means whatever data you have got, you can save in this. But 100 GB does not come under free tier. So it is 5 GB limit is there. So please, by default, do not select this 100. Then some charges will be there. So I'm just going to create 2 GB SAN. So then what is the, and this is very important. Now what it is saying, availability zone. Sometimes we are just habit, we are going to select, then we will say create. But what it is saying, availability zone. No, it is, we do not want to create in US East 2. It should be on US. That means that Ohio region has got 3 data centers, and we have created our that instance in US East 2B. So I have to create the SAN there also. So Then what I have to do? Create value. So I will close. That means now what it is showing? That means when in my case, when I created SAN for that hypervisor, it took approximately 3 hours for creating that SAN, and that too much technical knowledge. But here we have just even a 5-year child can use that SAN. Such is the easiness. That means just create volume, whatever storage capacity you want, you just create. So what we have done, 2 GB is there. And again, this is very important. What it is saying? Available. That means nobody using this. So what we have to do now? I will select this. Now what we have to do? We have to attach it with this window machine, because please remember, whenever you are going to use SAN, in our case EBS, you have to always attach SAN storage with some operating system. So in our case, that means certain technical requirement is required in the case of EBS storage. So now I'm going to attach it. When I'm going to attach it, that storage with it is going to show us disk 1. So let me again go to there. That means I will select, I will go to the actions, and what I have to say, attach value. And when I do not want, I will say detach. Like when we use the pen drive for backup, we attach the pen drive. So here what we are saying, attach. Now please remember, there might be hundreds of instances running. So what we want, so generally it is a good practice. Okay, please note down the name also. But here in our case only single instance is running. So when I'm going to click, what it is going to show? Windows Server running. So I am going to say attach. Now we will see what is the status now. It is saying in use. And look at this. What it is showing? It is showing that now disk 1 is there. So now please, this is raw disk. That means before using, we have to format this. So what I'm going to do, I have to say online. Then I have to initialize also. And again, I will be using MBR. Then like a normal pen drive, generally pen drive is pre-formatted, but if it is not, we have to format. So in this case also, before using, I have to format that also. So purposefully, I am formatting it with the FAT file system, although we can format it with the NTFS file system, and I am saying it is EBS value, or make it a little bit more easier, I'm saying this is SAN value. So what I'm going to do, finish. That means now what has happened? We have got one hard disk available, and what I can do, I can use that hard disk. And now using that hard disk is again normal operation. So I will go to this, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create one file. I will name that file as hello. I will say hello from SAN on Win system. Any message. That means purposefully we are saving some data. So I will close, save. Now I will close this. That means using EBS on Windows system is very easy. Now I'm assuming that I have taken 1 GB of backup on that drive. Now I do not want this machine. So normally when we have to detach the pen drive, what we have to do? We can say offline. So I will minimize this, Now I do not want to use this. Still it is in use. So what I'm going to do? Detach value. Now what will happen when I'm going to delete my window instance? By default, this will not get deleted, this 2 GB. Now that means if I want to keep it for 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, my data will still that 1 GB will be in cloud. Then what I can do later on when I need that machine again, what I'm going to do, I will again create my window machine and I will again attach. Now what it is saying, it is available. That means even if you have lost the machine, or sometimes we do this, like in my case, normally when I do the work, if some data is there, I save it in EBS. And please remember, in long term, EBS is even cheaper than the external hard disks you purchase. And the another benefit is a lot of capacity is available, whatever. So this was how to use EBS, means SAN on Windows systems. Now, I want to use it in Linux system also. So please remember, I now want to create the one instance, and again it will refresh your knowledge of EC2 also. And remember, in my case, because I will be using this Linux instance in this session also, in the last session also, so I will be creating the EC instance according to my requirement in this session also, and for the next session also. So now we have seen the EBS with window. Now I want to see it with the Linux. So what I'm going to do, I will say launch instance. Sometimes it gives the error loading data. Now again familiar is there. Now please remember, whenever you are going to choose the Linux, because I will be using Linux for afternoon session also, tomorrow sessions also. So I'm going to choose one particular version of Linux. And when you choose the Linux, two versions are generally people are comfortable. One is Red Hat based Linux, and secondly Ubuntu Linux. Now it is your personal choice whether you want to use Ubuntu type of a Linux machine or Red Hat based. Because in my case, 95% time I work on Red Hat based distributions. So normally when I use the cloud, whether it is AWS cloud or GCP or Azure. Also, I always use the distribution Linux, which is almost same as that of Red Hat. So in that case, when you use Amazon Linux, basically this Linux is based on Red Hat only, and their free version CentOS. So in my case, whenever most of the time when I have to use the Linux, I always use the Amazon Linux. And please remember, this Amazon Linux has got two versions, Amazon Linux 2. This is the latest version, and this is little bit older version. In both the cases, a lot of commands are different. So please remember which command you are comfortable with. This is generally based on Red Hat Enterprise 8, and this is based on Red Hat Enterprise 7. Since most of the person are still using Red Hat Enterprise 7, so in my case, most of the time I select this Amazon Linux, and it is free tier eligible. So I'm just going to select this one. That means in the afternoon, I do not have to show you how to create the Linux machine, because for the afternoon session, I have to create Linux machine in particular way. So again, I'm going to use T2 micro, configure instance detail. How many instance? One. That all has been covered by the Mala ma'am. And I will say storage. Now please remember, whenever you are creating Windows or Linux machine, by default it uses the EBS, And in my case 8 GB hard disk, it is sufficient, so I am not going to change this. Add tag. Now normally when you implement physical server, you generally put some sticker on that server. Okay, this is mail server, this is FTP server, this is web server. So tag do the same work. So in my case, I'm just going to say name. I'm going to say Linux server. Because sometimes company, they launch hundreds of instances. So labeling is very important. We call this as a tag. Now this is very important because in my case, I have to open certain port. And what it is saying, configure security group. Please remember, for every organization, firewall is important. So when in cloud, when you implement the firewall, in AWS, it is called security group. That means when I am saying configure security group, that means I am configuring the firewall. So I will click on this. Now by default, 21 port will be open, 22 port, because for accessing Linux machine, we need SSSS. So I'm just going to say, I will give some name, cloud SSH. I will name this security group. Now, please remember, I do not need only SSH port. In the evening session, I need that I should be able to launch the web server also. So what I have to do? I have to open the AT port also. AT port. And I will need one another port that is NFS port. Because when I have to use the EFS service on your Linux machine, this port should be opened NFS ports to 2049. I'm just going to open one another port. In this case, nothing is given because I need 8080 port. But here it is no mentions of 8080 port. So what I'm going to do, I will say custom TCP rule. And here I'm going to specify the 8080 port. So in my case, I do not know what Mala ma'am has opened the port. Normally, she might have opened the 22 port and 80. But in my case, when I'm creating the instance, I'm opening two additional ports, 2049. It is for NFS service. That means when I have to use the EFS service, our Linux machine should have this port open. And in the evening session, I will require one another port 8080 because no information was there for 8080. So what I have done, I have created one custom TCP rule. Now what I'm going to do, I have created this. Now I'm going to say review and launch. Okay, here I forget to mention. So which source address can access this? So always specify this one. This means anybody can access this server. So I forget to specify which is the source address. So it will give the error. Review and launch. So you can review whether the settings are okay or not. So what we are going to say, launch. In my case, when I created the instance, my key is Vipin Gupta. And please remember one thing I forget, which was very critical. So I will go to previous, because this machine also should be running in USB. So this is must. Otherwise, what could happen? It might have automatically launched in a 2A, 2C, or 2B. But where this machine should be running? It should be running because my window instance is running in 2B, and my SAN is also in 2B. So what I have to do? So this was one setting. Otherwise, what we have to do? I have to create and then again delete, then I have to launch, because once the machine has been launched in particular zone, you cannot move it in some other. So we have to delete and then again create. So please keep in mind that whenever you are creating in this screen, just specify where you want in particular zone that instance to be launched. So that is very important. So again, I will say all the settings are there. We have already configured. So I'm going to say launch. So this has refreshed your knowledge about the EC2 also. That means session are interdependent. Whatever Mala ma'am has covered, I'm using that window machine. Now I have to use the Linux machine, but I just wanted to launch according to my requirements. So what I'm going to do, view instance. Now my both machines are running in which region? Which availability zone? US. It is very important. So I will go to this instance. Now what I am going to do, I'm going to note down this IP address. Now I do not need to repeat these things because already this session has been covered. Now my Linux machine is running. What I need to access this machine. So I will copy this address. Public address has been given. So I will copy this. So I will open one tool. The name of that tool is Putty, because I have in the first session I have covered which tool you need, because my Linux instance is running in USA and here in Moga I have got Windows system. So what I need to use? Putty. So whenever you are using the Putty, what you have to specify? IP address. IP address is there. Then data. Please remember, whenever you are going to use Amazon machine, EC2 user will be there. Please remember this, because afternoon session again I have to use this machine. And one another setting is there. What will happen if I am not going to use this putty for 5 minutes? What will happen? Connection will automatically get terminated. So please in connection field specify some 30 seconds as a keep alive. What happens after 30 seconds? It is going to send some message to our machine. That means putty will always keep running. So again and again I do not have to connect. So always please take when you are using putty, set some time here. Then what will happen? Your connection will not get lost. But the important thing is I have given the IP address, I have given the this connection timer, I have specified the username. But as I think Malamam have explained, we have to access this instance by using our private key. So I will browse, and in my case this is my private key. So I'm going to open this. It is going to say whether it is safe. Now please remember, now the problem is font is very small, so let me try to increase it a little bit by changing the display settings. So I will not be able to increase more than this. Now please remember, we are now logged in as a EC2 user. Now this is normal user. It cannot do the critical. And please, I have taken the screenshot of all these things, and I will be sharing those screenshots with you. That means I've already created the slides. Whatever session I am covering, that all screenshot I have taken. So I will be sharing those slides. So even if it is not properly visible on those screenshots, everything is visible properly. So now it is normal user. Normal users cannot do certain operations. So we have to log in as a root. So for that, the command is sudo -i. Now please, using EBS on Windows is very simple, but using EBS on Linux, it is required a little bit technical knowledge. So I will run one command fdisk -l, and I'm going to write that command on notepad also, so that you are able to give what command. That means first command I run sudo -i. What it will give you, it will make you the root user. So EC2 user was there, it has made me the root user. Now in the case of Windows, when you have to view the hard disk, we have to go to the disk management. But in the case of Linux, what we have to do, we have to run this command fdisk -l. So what it is going to show you, how many hard disks are there. So I'm just going to run this command. So when I am running this command, it is showing me just one hard disk. In the case of Windows, it shows as a C drive, but in Linux, some device is there, and it is 8 GB. Is there any 2 GB available? Is it visible? No, it is not visible. Now what I want to use that EBS with the Linux system. So what I have to do? So I will go to my AWS. I will go to volumes. In volumes, this is my 2 GB hard disk. Now where I want to attach? I want to attach with the Linux system, because Linux server might have also some critical data. I want to save that data also in my machine, your EBS. So what I have to say, action, attach volume. Now with which instance? Do you want to attach with the window? No. We want to attach it with the Linux. So I'm just going to say attach. So now after some time, it is going to say in use. But how I am going to verify? Again, I have to run the same command, that is fdisk -l. Now what it is showing? It is showing another disk. And what it is showing? It is showing that this hard disk has got one partition. So I will copy this. Now, in the case of Linux, please remember, again, in window case, we attach, then it was visible to us as a D drive. But in the case of Linux, even after we have attached that disk, we need to run some commands. So I'm just specifying one commands, this, and I'm going to say that means in the case of Linux, whenever you are going to attach that external EBS, you have to use this mount command. Then whatever is the name of that device. And in Linux, there is no C drive, D drive. So we have to use one directory. That means I'm saying that please show me this hard disk as in this directory. So what I'm going to do, copy. So I will clear this screen and I will copy paste this command. And what I will do, I will go to the mount directory and I will check. Now look at that file is available. The file that we created, cat hello, that file is available. Hello from Sam. And we can create the data here. That means this is how we are. And please remember, whenever you are going to, in any cloud, whenever you will create the instance, after some data is there, and you do not want the instance, you are always going to attach SAN type of storage. You will take the backup on that SAN storage, you will delete the instances, and whenever you need next time, so what you are going to do. Now I do not need access on, that means I have taken the backup. So what I am going to do, so I will run another command, copy. So please, in the case of Windows, we have to take that offline. In the case of Linux, when we do not want to use, we have to use this command. So I will copy paste. So little bit technical is there. So that is, I will again not mount it. And now what I am going to do, I have whatever backup I wanted to do, what I can do, I can detach that value. That means this way. Now what has happened? Although we did not take any backup from the Linux system, but same, you can take the backup from there. And now what I can do, I can delete this Linux server, I can delete this Windows servers, then but I'm not going to delete this 2 GB. And if I'm even going to keep it for whole 1 year, hardly in certain rupees the charges will be there. So in cloud long term, it is very, very cheap. So you can always keep your data in EBS. So now what is EBS? In our case, EBS is your block storage. Now what we want to do, because EFS is again going to be technical, so I am not first of all covering this. So I have covered this. In SAN, in real life, also physical life, you have to use the same command that we have used in that cloud. Now I am moving towards the second storage, S3. If the time will permit, I will try to cover the NAS also. But because this is much more important, and you do not require too much technical skill for that using object storage. So we are good. And please remember, whenever you need lot of storage, and I mean you need to save millions of files at that scale, then S3 is the best. And the beauty of S3 is each file that you are going to save on object storage, it will have unique address. Like our websites, they have got unique address. Same way, any file, if you are going to save on this object storage, it is going to have that your unique address. And please remember, whenever we take lecture on IoT, normally we always discuss S3 because IoT, IPv6 and S3 are integral part, because unlimited storage, and we need S3. Because when I'm using EBS type of storage, I need machines, then I can access those storage. And in the case of EPS also, I need a Linux machine for accessing the NAS storage, although you can use the Windows system also. But in the case of object storage, the beauty is just in browser, like we access the website. So let me move to the S3 service. So I'm going to go to, so I'm not at that time of deleting the window machine, because if some questions are there, I can, if the machines are still there, so I can handle those. Now, S3. Now, sometime regarding EBS, I would like to discuss one thing more. Sometimes when we have to use any cloud service of a measure, we generally search in this services menu. But please remember, EBS is not available here. When you are going to click on EBS, EC2, then that EBS will be visible. Because generally, whenever you have to use the EBS, you have to attach it with the some machine, some instance. So they have categorized this storage in EC2. Now what I want this S3, and if the time will permit, we will go to the EFS also. So I'm just going to S3. The name of S3 is, it is called simple storage service, all three S. And please remember, initially when this service was launched, it was really very simple. But I have seen now thousands of options are there. So normally I say now it is not that much simple to use. But again, in our case, we will not be exploring those thousands of options. Again, we will be concentrating on what is required 99% of time. So we will be discussing those options. So with time, certain services, although they were very simple, but in the case of S3, I have observed that slowly and slowly, that a little bit complexity has been added to that. But again, in my case, I will try to keep the thing simple. So now what we are going to do? Now, when I clicked on the S3 service, now this S3 is there. Now, please remember, in traditional laptop or desktop, what we do, like in my case, when I have to save certain things, certain 10 to 15 files, I generally create some folder like Kubernetes folder, PDF folder, DevOps. For this workshop, I've just created one cloud-tech folder. That means normal when we try to save the files, what we do, we create the folders. Now suppose on Imagine S3, I want to save 10 files. Then what will be the normal practice? I have to create folder there. But please remember, in S3, there is no concept of folder. So in S3, never use the term folder. You are going to say, we are going to create the bucket. Indirectly, it is going to create the folder, but we generally do not use the term. So equivalent to folder in S3 is your bucket. That means in my case also, because I want to save 2-3 files, so what I have to do, I have to create the bucket. So in that bucket, I'm just going to put certain files, and then we will see whether those files are visible to other users or not. So in my case, what I'm going to do, please remember, these storage are very important. Like EBS, it is again, when will you start using properly the cloud, always you will find that you need SAN type of storage. Same way, when you start working on certain other technology, AI, machine learning, you need to save a lot of data, IoT, then you will see that EBS is not that much suitable. So for that purpose, this S3 is there. So what it is saying, create bucket. So what I will do, create bucket. Okay, I will say UNet data. Any, I am just giving it name. And please remember, whenever you are going to create bucket and you are going to put any data, you can create it in any region and it will be available to the whole world. That means here it is not necessary that you have to create one bucket in this region, one bucket in this region. Normally what we do, we just see where are our clients. Suppose we want to make available the data which we have stored in S3 to our client which are in India. So normally where we are going to do, we are going to choose the Mumbai region. But again, if even we are not going to choose the Mumbai region, any region if you are going to choose, that data will be available to all the user in India also, USA also, Nepal also, or everywhere it will be available. But in the case of EBS and EFS, please remember, where your instances are running, your storage should be created on that region only or that zone only. So in this case, I'm just creating, I'm saying next. Now, a lot of options are there. So we are not going to discuss. So we will keep it a simple storage server. So next. Now what it is saying at this option, block all public access. Now, when we are saving the data on the cloud, it should be private. Only if we want to make it public, then only it will be. Like in my case, I've written certain books. Sometimes I keep my PDF copy on S3 storage. And if I have to share it with somebody, so what I do, I share that. I make that public available to that particular user. So by default, it is going to block all public access. That means nobody will be able to access. So we are keeping the default option. Next. And please remember, Dropbox behind the scene uses this S3 service. Now I'm going to click on this. Now what you are going to do? Upload. Now you will find that feature generally when you use the OneDrive or any the Dropbox type of thing, same options are available. So Dropbox is behind the scene using S3. So now what I want to do? I want to upload the file. So I will select the file, add file. In my case, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to, let me minimize this. So I will put some file there. Like yesterday we discussed about different type of cloud. So I'm sending this file, cloud type, open. Now upload. That means using this cloud storage, it is very simple. That means that file is there. Now how I'm going to use that? So I will click on this. Now look at this. You have got one unique address. This is the unique address. So I will click on this. That means now what this has been given, this file has been given one unique address. That is why object storage, that means each file will be act as a different object. And what I can do, and normally please now observe certain thing. When you are downloading sometimes certain things, you will find that this type of S3 word is there. Imagine AWS, because lot of people, they are using for storing their data, and because it is very easy to share also. So what I will do to the pupils, what I'm going to do, I will give this. That means, let me type it here. So I'm going to give, that means unique address. If I'm going to say one ABC file, what will happen? That file will be given one one unique link. But the problem is the public is not able to open, and initially it should happen. Now what I want that this file should be publicly available. Like in my case, suppose I want to share the PPTs. One is the traditional method that I'm going to use. I will share it through the Gmail, or to make the life easier for, I will share it through the WhatsApp. But suppose I want to use the cloud. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put all my PDF on this bucket. Then what I am going to do, I will make this bucket public. So what will happen? Now this storage will be that file or PDF will be available to all the participants. So that is another. But now the problem is what it is saying. It is saying access denied. So what we are going to do? We will go there, and what we are going to do? I will close this. Now please remember, when you have to give the permissions, you have to change the permission on the file also, and you have to change the permissions on the folder also. That means you have to make the folder also public, and you have to make that file also public. Then only the people will be able to access. So first I will go to there. That means I will select this. Now what I am going to do? I will say edit public access settings. Now what it is saying? Block all public access. Now it is selected. So now what I'm going to do? I'm going to unselect this. Then what will happen? I will say save, because this is very dangerous operation. Now in my case, I have got the paid books. If by mistake, if I'm going to make it public, what will happen? My books will get leaked. So it is asking for the confirmation, and you have to type that. Confirm. It is for extra safety. Some people always ask the question, is cloud secure? Yes, it is very secure. Generally, it is your bad habits that is going to make the data insecure. That means if I'm just making it public and lot of critical files, then AWS or Google Cloud, they cannot do anything. But again, when you are making these public, they are giving you the warning. So confirm. Now again I will try to access. Again it is showing the access deny, because now we have given the to the folder we have made the but what we have not done, we have to, because in that folder there might be hundreds of files. I do not want every file to be public accessible. So I will go to this file, and then permissions are there. I will click on the permissions. On permissions, everyone. Now everyone, what will have it? Read permission. And if I want that other persons can change that file also, I have to give read and write. But I do not want to do this. So we have to say read object. So what it is saying? Now on folder we have got the permissions. Now on your this file you have got the permission. So what we are going to do? If we are going to, now that is available. That means you have to just create the folder. Like, we are not going to use the term folder. What you have to say, we have to create the bucket. In bucket, what we are going to do, we are just going to upload the files, and that one unique address will be available. But if we want to make it publicly available, then we have to change the permissions on that particular object also, on the folder also, on the bucket also. Now I do not want this. So what I have to do, that means now I want to delete these files. So what are we are going to do? I will click on this, and what we are going to delete, some options will be there, actions, or what we can do, we can download that also, we can delete also, we can add the tag also. Instead of changing the permission in that way, we could have make the public also here also. So what I'm going to do in delete. So this file got deleted. So now I will move to this bucket. Now what is going to happen? This is going to again, because again it is asking for the confirmation. And another beauty of this S3 storage is that means when I save that file, by default AWS is going to save that file at 3 places. So chances of your if their one of their server is going to get down, what will happen? Nothing will happen. So because they are storing your file at 3 different places, and so that makes good. And they say the availability, if once you are going to save some object on your S3, the availability is 99.9 times 9. That means chances of losing your data are almost negligible. So name of the bucket to, and in this case more security is there. It is not asking for the confirmation, it is asking for the please type the name of the bucket. So what we are going to do, I have to type the data and I will say confirm. So that was your S3, and still a little time is available. So I will keep 5 to 10 minutes for the, so let me show you the EFS also. And it is hardly going to take 5 to 10. Again, 1 or 2 technical commands are there, but again, I just want to show, because again, this service has been just released almost, I think, 1 year back. So this is one of the a lot of people were asking to the Amazon to please launch NAS type of service. So they accepted the request, I think 1 year back or 1.5 years back, they have launched this EFS service. So in our case, what we have done, so that is the advantage. If we are going to start on time, I can cover the topic with that are in my mind. And please remember, tomorrow's morning session is again mine, and the topic is very, very critical. So exact 9:30 I will be starting, because I have to cover a lot of things. And the tomorrow the topic whatever is going to discuss, 50% of IT industry will be running on that technology. So I will be have to start on time. So 9:30 sharp I will be starting that session on tomorrow morning. So let me, we have covered this SAN EBS also. We have looked at certain thing of S3 also. Now I want how to use the NAS. And please, in EBS there is a limit of 16 terabyte. Here also you have got certain limit that up to 1 terabyte storage you can store. One object could be of 1 terabyte. But let us see what is provided by the NAS. So quickly we will take 5 to 10 minutes for that. Then I will. Now we will move to the services. Now in the services, this is EFS. File storage. It is written here, file storage for EC2. In my case, I implemented the myself the NAS. Again, when I have to implement the myself, I need lot of technical knowledge. And please look at this. Scalable, elastic, cloud native NFS file system. Yesterday, when I was showing that file in Packet Tracer, you might have observed that one NFS word was there. That means Amazon people have implemented their NAS in the same way, in the way I have implemented. But Amazon is doing it for the last 18 months. I'm doing it for the last 10 years, implementing the NAS. So same thing. Now, what I am going to do, because my machines are running in US East, that 2B region. So what I have to do, I have to launch my NFS NAS also in which region that. So now I'm covering EFS, Elastic File System, again extremely important type of storage, create file system. So I will name it as EFS demo. That means I have to like a bucket I have to create. Same way what I'm say specifying, that mean name my storage as EFS storage. And what I have to do, because I have selected the Ohio region, so by default it is going to create in that region. So what I will do, create. Now this storage has been created. And please remember, I said that when I created the NAS, it took 3 hours to implement, plus years of knowledge of how to implement Samba and NAF Cypher server. Here, what they have done, in second, we just clicked on that, we named it, NAS was ready. Now, important thing is how to use this. So I will click on this. And I will click on attach. That means I will click on that storage. I will click on attach and I will copy this. One command is there. One Linux command is there. So the beauty of this is because they know that most of the person, even Linux people, they are sometimes they are not able to access the NAS. So for that purpose, they have given the command. So I will copy this command. Now what I have to do? I will go to my Linux system. And please remember, I have to create one EFS folder. Any folder you could have created. That means, let me show you the command. First command that I have run on my Linux system is EFS. Now second command I have copied. So I'm just going to put that command there. But here I have to specify the folder as a, because little bit problem with that command. So we have to specify this also. So what I'm going to do, I will paste and I will click on this. And I will run one command df-h. Let me increase the font size. So another 2 or 3 minutes, then I will go for the questions. Okay, the size. So when I run this command, in Linux one command is df. Now it is showing us this one. Look at this, how much storage they have given to us. 8 EB storage they have given to us. But please do not get afraid that you are going to get a bill of lakhs of rupees. No. Now what I'm going to do, this 8 EB of storage is in EFS directory. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create some file like hello. I'm typing it. Now again, I'm going to run this command df-h. Now hardly 6 or 7 bytes will be used by this file, or not only 6. Now what will happen? They are not going to charge for 8 EB. They are just going to charge me for certain bytes. That means EFS storage. That means I can store thousands of ISOs there. So that is the difference between this different type of storage. Now I do not want this. So what I have to do, umount EFS, because now this command is public available. So I do not want that anybody misusing this. So in my case, what I'm going to do, because I do not need, once I forget, I save data, I forget to, so certain charges were there. So what I'm going to do, delete, and I'm going to type this. So please, in cloud, when you do not need the resources, please delete the resource. So now what is going to happen? It is going to delete that file system. What did he say? Delete it. But even if you have kept, I could have been charged only for the 6 byte, which is going to be negligible charges. So let me summarize. Please remember that 3 type of storage are there. ABS, we have uh, uh, how to use. We have to attach the storage with the machines. EFS, again, we have to attach it with the Linux system, although we can attach it with the Windows system, but again, lot of work we have to do. Again, third storage was S3. And please remember, whenever you are in cloud, you have to use some type of storage. So that is why this session. So now I will go to the question and I will be sharing this. So in my case, I have taken whole screenshot, how to physical implementation, all things. That means yesterday's sessions when I covered that, I have created SAN and NAS. I have written those command also there. And whoever is comfortable with Linux, that they can create their own SAN and NAS. So I have taken screenshot of everything and I will be sharing that with you. So now I will take the questions. Sir, you are not audible. You are not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So thanks, sir. Thanks for really informative practical session. I hope participants will definitely get benefit from this practical exposure. And now participants, if you have any query, I'm going to unmute you all. Now you can unmute your mic and can ask. Yes, if you have any query, you can ask. Unmute your mic.
Sir, what is the difference between EBS and EFS volumes?
Sir, in EBS, whatever storage you are going to get, you can format that storage. Suppose we have to install the operating system. For that, what we need? We need EBS type of storage. That means that provides you block type of storage. In the case of EFS, that is file storage. That means once you are going to share that file, that will be available to the another system. But the other system cannot format that file system. That is the main difference. And second difference, in the case of implementation of in AWS, this EFS, they are giving EB of storage at one time. And in the case of EBS, maximum limit is 16 terabyte. So that is one, that means EBS is your SAN and that is your NAS. That is the main difference. Is this clear, sir? Yes.
Yes, anyone else?
Because sometimes what happens in physical world, we have not used the SAN and NAS. So when straightway we move to the cloud, certain difficulties are there. So that.
First time I'm seeing S3 that is attached to Windows VMs. That is, as you said, NAS, network attached
Yes.
storage.
Yes, but in my case, I'm using it for the yes.
Okay. What is the maximum capacity of S3 volumes, storage bucket?
No, in S3, I have to again check. You can save a object up to 1 terabyte, and again you can save millions of objects. That means one particular object can have, I think, 1 terabyte of size. But number of files, you can store any number of files. That is.
Okay.
And again, in S3, they are going to charge whatever you are going to save. That.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sir, in a free tier account, what could be the size we can able to use?
I think they are giving 5 GB of S3. 5 GB of S3 is available. Again, 5 GB is a lot of space. Like in my case, I have to just share the books and that type of, so 5 GB is even sufficient for me.
Okay.
And for
And
experiment purpose, yes.
okay, sir. And in our conversation, you said that Dropbox is using S3 storage, sir. In what case, how they are just renting the S3 buckets and giving it for public use for Dropbox?
Yes, what happens, sir, like we have seen in S3, again, usage was little difficult. But if a normal person, suppose doctor or CA, they are, for them using S3 is difficult. So what the Dropbox people have done, they have created one very beautiful front end. So you will
Okay.
see using Dropbox is much easier than S3. Like sometimes when we have to put the data in MySQL server, a running command is very difficult. But sometimes we create front end in PHP. So when we are typing that data, when we say submit, automatically it is getting saved in SQL servers or MySQL. Same way, Dropbox, they have created one beautiful front end. And please remember, many other cloud service provider behind the scene, they use some of the AWS service. So Dropbox, what they have created one beautiful front end, but behind the scene they are using S3. It is
Okay.
clear?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vipin sir, there is one query in chat box. He's asking what kind of project work can be given to students with respect to AWS?
Sir, first one is you can specify that launch the machine and implement web server type of thing there. Then you can specify how you are going to save your data in, like, I mean, relating, like in this session we have related the EC2 and storage that can be given. Like in the afternoon session we will see some magic thing, that again lot of projects are there. Then what you can say to your student, like we have installed web server on that machine. You can tell to your student, create one another machine where database is there. So on one machine front end is there, on one back end is there, create connectivity between them. So this type of projects can be given to. But as we will go on learning, so I will be mentioning what can be done. Like when we will today's afternoon session and tomorrow's morning session, uh, uh, these two technologies are just magic technology. So lot of works can be done on those technology, especially in DevOps. So that till now mean you can specify how to launch your server in cloud, how to use the different storage, that can be done. But when I will be cover that two session in the afternoon and tomorrow morning, lot of other things I will be suggesting what can be done. Is this clear, sir?
So someone is asking about the feedback. I have already sent a message in WhatsApp group that on the last day of the FDP, you will get a link, feedback link in your account at ATAL portal, where you have to submit the feedback.
और प्लीज रिमेंबर जो भी क्वेश्चंस होंगे वो सेशन के बेस्ड पे होंगे, ठीक है ना? सो प्लीज try to attend all the sessions, I will say.
Vipin, there is one more query. Can we
Okay, sir,
create? Yeah, can we create distributed servers like content delivery network at different locations and apply our load balancing algorithm using infrastructure as a service?
Yes, we can do. I will be covering that in tomorrow morning, how to use the load balancing type of thing. And I will be covering that distributed computing in tomorrow morning's session. So I will keep that question for that time. That means we will be seeing how to deploy the load balancer, how to use the distributed computing. That we will be seeing when I am going to cover the tomorrow topic, Kubernetes, which is again uses the distributed computing. And whatever we are going to launch in Kubernetes to send the client traffic to the Kubernetes, we have to use the load balancer. So I will be covering that in detail, and I will be discussing why that type of structure is there. So the full answer I will keep up to tomorrow morning. So that That means we can implement a CDN also, these type of things. We can use their load balancer. Regarding load balancer, I will be giving you one example in the morning session. But yes, CDN you can implement. Their products are there. AWS has got that product. GCP also have got product where you can implement edge servers, that type of things. That means they give you the option to implement CDN in your own way. Is this clear?
I think, yes. Is there any other query? So I think no query is there, sir. So we will meet after tea break of half an hour. So
Okay,
we will
sir.
meet again at 11:30 with the same
Okay,
link.
sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Yeah, you can start after 2 minutes.
Okay.
I will make you presenter wait for a minute.
Okay. So this Chrome browser is visible? Yeah, cloud,
Yeah,
Google. Yeah, okay.
visible.
So within 2 minutes, we are going to start the session.
Yeah, sure. So for participants, I am again informing you that the software is automatically recording the attendance with timestamp. So I request you all, please join the session on time, because you will get the certificate only if you will attend 80% session.
Another 1 or 2 minutes, we will wait. Another. So I think I should start the session.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have already discussed a lot about the AWS Amazon Web Services. It was the almost in many cases like infrastructure as a service, it has got almost 50% market share. But another cloud, that is GCP, Google Cloud Platform, it is again catching up. And for 1 or 2 services, this Google computing platform is considered the best, especially the tomorrow morning session. We will be totally on, we will be using one Kubernetes service that totally exclusive will be on GCP. So in this session, I will be showing you how to use Google Cloud Platform, which are the different services. Again, because one of the major services, again, infrastructure as a service. So we will see how to create the virtual machines or how to use infrastructure as a service in GCP cloud, and little bit again we will be looking at how to use the storage in GCP also if the time will permit. So please remember, whenever you are using Google Cloud, it best works on Chrome browser. So in my case, what I will be doing, in my case, I have opened this Chrome browser, and I type the cloud.google.com. In my case, I am already logged in as a my account. Again, yesterday I told that this Google Cloud platform, they give you a $300 credit. So in my case, again, I'm using their credit for this session. So again, any cloud, there will be console. So I will click on the console. So like AWS, this is your management console. But I have seen me, I work a lot on AWS platform. When you move from AWS platform to any other cloud, their interface does not seem to be like AWS, because AWS interface I've always found very simple, very easy to navigate, all the things, all the services, uh, locating those services are very easy. So in this case, when I'm talking about Google platform, in some way it is totally different than the AWS. In certain cases, it is same. So we will be discussing what properties are totally different from the AWS. So when I will click on these lines, lot of services are there. And in our case, please remember yesterday when I was discussing different type of clouds, I mentioned that infrastructure as a service cloud is there. So when we click on compute engine, basically their Google compute engine is your infrastructure as a service. Let me, that is mean Google compute engine. I will abbreviate it as GC. It is equivalent to, we can say, EC2 in AWS, and both provide you infrastructure as a service. Then apps engine is there. What we told yesterday, that it is for platform as a service. That means platform as a service. But I discussed one another cloud there, CAS, that is container as a service. We will be looking at that in the afternoon session and tomorrow morning session. That means GC, apps engine, and third one is your container as a service. So let me show you here. So when I have to use their platform as a service cloud, I will click on apps engine. When I have to use their infrastructure as a cloud, then I'm going to use their compute engine. And when I have to use, I always say container as a service, then what I'm going to click on Kubernetes engine. So we will be using this tomorrow exclusively. When we will implement the Kubernetes, we will be using this their container as a service cloud. But at this point of time, I'm concerned with the compute engine. How we are going to create the virtual machines in Google Cloud, and what are the different benefits, how we are going to assess, like in AWS, when we were assessing the window machine, RDP client was there, and we could can download the RDP client from the AWS site, uh, and then for assessing the Linux machine, Putty was there for assessing. But in the case of this GCP, things are little bit different. We have to assess Linux machine in different way, window machine in different way. But in my case here, I am just going to show you how to launch one Linux instance here, how to assess that Linux instance in different ways, that I am going to cover. So now for using infrastructure service, I'm just going to go to the VM instances. In the case of AWS, they call this as instances. But in the case of Google Cloud, they are saying virtual machines. Yesterday we discussed that we can create the virtual machine by using virtualization or hypervisor also. So in the Google case, they have not changed the name of the virtual machine. They are calling the virtual machine as a virtual machine. So that is one difference. So when I have to use infrastructure as a service, I am going to click on? I'm going to click on this virtual machine. So now what it is showing? If you want tutorial, you can take the quick start where step by step is given. And if you have already created and saved somewhere, you can import. But in our case, nothing such has happened. So in our case, what we are going to say, we want to create the one virtual machine. That means now we are trying to go to the Google platform and we are trying to use their infrastructure as a service. Then we will be using tomorrow their container as a service. And today, if the time will permit before the lunch, then I will be discussing how to use their storage also. So I'm going to click on create. So instance, we have to give some name. So I will say Linux VM. I will name it as, my machine's name is Linux VM. Like in virtualization, when I was creating, I was mentioning some name. So in the case of AWS, tags were there. Here we have got the labels, but I'm not giving any labels. Now this is again important, reasons. In the case of AWS, the reasons were shown here. But in this case, what you can do? You can choose the reason from the place. Different reasons are there. Again, remember, all the cloud companies now, they have got their reason in Mumbai also, India also. So I will keep the reason as a US center one. And again in that, so always please remember, most of the reasons will be having 3 to 4 different zones. In this case, it is showing 4 zones, and mostly they will start with the A. So in my case, I have selected the region this and zone center 1A. Again, it is very important because if we have to attach the disk SAN with this instance, then we have to launch that SAN in US center 1A region. Now in this case, in Amazon, when you are selecting about the processors and RAM, separate page was there. But in this case, they are not, they have given the option in single screen. So what are the different machine? General purpose is E2 series machines are there, where what you are going to get? You are going to get 2 virtual CPU. Remember, your i3 processor has got got the power is equivalent to processor. That means if I am going to choose this, you will get the same power as that of i3 processor. And how much RAM I am getting? 4 GB. Sometimes this might not be sufficient. So what we can do? We can choose different 2V CPU, 4. That means different machines are available. Here it is showing 32 vCPU, 128 GB of RAM. Then different. Even sometimes when you are experimenting, even you do not need that much of. So what you can do? You can use their micro instance. And please remember, here it is not showing any whether it is free tier or not. So let me show you one thing. What it is showing? Free trial status. When I'm going to click on, what it is showing? Still my in my account 12,000 rupees credit is still there, and my account still 167. So now when I'm going to create this machine, certain rupees will get deducted. But again, that means the advantage of using this cloud is that you can create any type of, you can create powerful machine also in the free tier. But in the case of AWS journey, what happens? You can create basic machines only, like micro instance. So this is one major advantage in this Google platform in their free tier. Then we have got GPU processors are also available. So I will click on which platform is there. And please remember one thing more. These are standard instances. These are high memory, in which memory will be more. 16 processors, so much memory. In this case, 16 CPU, 64 RAM. And sometimes we need more CPU, so you can choose that type. That means in this case, 30. So according to, they are offering lot of choices. Even so much choices are not available on physical server. So that is in our case, we have just chosen one machine which will be having 2 virtual CPU and 4 GB of RAM. Then this is important, which Linux I want to use. So by default it is showing Debian 10 version, but I have already told in my case I am always comfortable with Red Hat based distribution. So in my case I'm going to change this. So in my case, I'm going to use different images are available. Again, some people are asking about AI, machine learning. So they give different choices. Deep learning available is there. Then for containerization, they have created one container optimized OS also. But in my case, because I want to use Red Hat based distribution, CentOS is also Red Hat based distribution. So in my case, I'm going to select CentOS. Now 3 versions of CentOS are available. CentOS 6, it is quite an old version. So the mostly used version currently is CentOS 7. So in my case, I'm going to. That means from here you can choose the distribution. And what type of disk is there? That means if you have worked with the AWS, that does not mean straight away you can move to this GCP. Here the options are totally different. That is why in this session you now can use any cloud. Then once we have learned the basics of this cloud. When I have moved from AWS, when first I started using Google Cloud, it was a little difficult for me because I was used to the AWS. Options were totally different. So it took quite a time to get comfortable with the Google Cloud platform. So now we have selected the CentOS and we have selected the particular version. So what I have to do, I have to say select. Now in the case of AWS, by default, if you are creating the Linux machine, it will open the 22 port. Same way, when you are creating the instance, Linux instance in this GCP, by default, what it is going to do, it will open the SSH. But later on, what we want in this virtual machine, we want to implement the web server also. So what I have to do, I have to click here, allow HTTP. And please remember, if you have to open any other port like 8080, then you cannot do anything here. Then you have to configure the firewall in different way. That sometimes seem difficult for the beginners. But here we will keep our discussion to the default. That means SSH is by default allow, but because I have to implement it the web server also, so what I'm going to say, allow HTTP traffic. As such, what you can do, you can create. But there are certain other options are there. And out of these, one option is very important, preemptibility. Now, sometimes in my case, I do lot of experiments. And when I do lot of experiment, this credit can be quickly consumed. So in my case, what I do, whenever I have to create the machine, generally what I do, I create the machine for 2 or 3 hours, or maximum I need for 8 to 10 hours. So normal when I'm going to create this machine, suppose it is going to, they are going to charge more, suppose 60 rupees. if I'm going to choose this preemptibility mean they are going to launch your machine only if they have got spare capacity available, and their charges will be only 20% of the original cost. So in my case, I always say, okay, please keep preemptibility on. The parallel of this is spot instances in AWS. That means if I'm going to use this, what will happen? If I want my machine to use for only 1 or 2 or 6 to 5, 7 hours, I can always use this. So what will happen? They are going to charge only approximately 1/5 of original cost. So I save lot of that means the 23,000 credit they have given. I make use of this facility to launch my 3 or 4 servers. So cost is very reduced. So preemptibility. But the problem is whatever instance you are going to create, it will be automatically deleted after 24 hours. So if you want your VM to be running for a long time, please do not use this. This is only when you are doing the experiment. Now, what we are going to do? We are going to say create. That means in the case of AWS, all the options were on different screen. Now, in the case of Linux, in the case of GCP, on one page, all the options are there. Now it is going to take 2 or 3 minutes. Now, plus what it is showing there? It is showing you whatever has been done. Like in my case, I did a lot of operations there. So all the notifications are there. So it will give you the notifications, what has happened. Sometimes when we are launching the cluster, it can take 10 to 15 minutes. So we will get the notification when that cluster will get. So in our case, what has happened? This machine has been launched. The name of that machine is Linux VM, US Center. And look at this. One private address has been given, one public address. Now the problem is how to access this machine. Because in this case, it did not ask for the public or private key. In the case of Imagine, the first thing when we use the AWS infrastructure as a service, we have to create the public and private key. Then when we are creating the instance, we have to specify that public and private key. Then we have to keep that private key. If we are not going to keep that private key safely somewhere, what will happen? We will not be able to access our instances. And if somebody has stolen our private key, they can also. But in this case, you could have used the same, but GCP, they have made the things a little bit easier. In this case, we did not need to create any of that thing. That means public and private key. Now this machine is running in USA. Now I want to access. Now two methods are there. Now first I am going to cover the first method. In first method, what you are going to do? You are just going to click on SSH. Now what will happen? Automatically your machine will get opened in the browser. That is the beauty. That means I do not need that putty client or SSH client. By default, they have provided us when we are going to click on. Now what is happening? This is available. And we can run our commands like normal system. That means it is much more comfortable. That means if I have got the browser, that is more sufficient. And I do not need that putty type of thing or SSH for accessing my machines. Now what we want? We have created the machine. Now what I want to show whether we can implement the web server or not. But again, the problem is this is normal user. So what I'm going to do? Sudo -i, and by default, if because this virtual machine is based on Red Hat Linux, and please remember, whenever you have to install anything in Red Hat Linux, you need to run the command yum install. In our case, I want to launch the Apache web server. By default, Apache web server's name in the Red Hat based distribution is httpd daemon. That means now Linux machine is there. By default, no server is there. So what I have to do, because I want to implement the web server, so what I have to do, I have to install that web server. If you are going to choose Debian or Ubuntu, apt-get install Apache 2, you have to specify. But in the case of this, you have to use the yum command. That means now we have created the machine. We just want to see, can we launch the web servers or not? So I'm going to say yum install http. Now, please remember, it will quickly install the things. And it will ask for the confirmation, yes or no. And look at that, speed is very fast. Now you will say that our speed is very, no, it does not. When it is installing, it is not using our internet. It is using, because this machine is running in their data center. So when we are running this command, it is not using our internet. From their servers, it is installing. So now what has happened? We have installed this service, Apache web server. Now, please remember, installing the web server does not mean that automatically it will get on. So for making it, for starting the server, we need to run one command. That command is, let me type it in the this one. So that will, the command is system ctl start http. So any server in latest version, you have to use the system command. And please remember, in older Linux, the command was service. So systemctl start http. What is it going to do? It will start our http server for this session. But if I'm going to reboot this instance, what will happen? I have to again run this command. So in our case, we always run two commands, systemctl start for temporarily starting the server. And if you want to make it permanently, what we have to use, enable command. So this command, what it is going to do, it will start the web server for the current session. And this will make it permanent. If I am even going to reboot, still our web server will be there. So in my case, system ctl start httpd, and then what we are going to do, Linux keeps a history of 1000 command. So I'm going to say enable. That means now we have installed the web server, we have started the web server, but we need to create the page. So for creating the page, we have to go to one particular directory. That directory is where. And please remember, if you are going to launch Windows Server, in that case, the directory is in C drive, inet pub directory is there. In inet pub, your www root directory is there. There you have to create the home page. But when you are using Red Hat based distributions, like in our case, we were using CentOS, then whatever material you want to put for your web server, that should be in www HTML directory. So I will go there and I will create one file, index.html. So we will say welcome to cloud STC. Okay, we will just write this message, welcome to cloud STC, and I will save this file with Control D. That means now I've created the page, I've started the server. Now what I'm going to do, I will copy this copy, and in your case also, if you are going to type this, what will happen? This page will be visible because we have already opened the IT port. We have launched that web page. So whether it is the AWS, whether it is your GCP, once your machine is ready, you have to install. In normal also physical server, if you have to suppose on physical server you have to implement the web server, you will install, you will take physical system, you will install Linux, and then you are going to install the web server, then you are going to create the page, then you can access. Same way, whether it is AWS, whether it is Google, or even Azure, procedure is the same. And if the beauty is in the case of physical server, you need real IPs, which not everyone is having. In this case, even free account in free trial, you are getting the real IP, so we can handle that. So this was how we can use. Now, in my case, I will again move. So that is the one way of assessing your web server. That means your machines. Now, sometimes we might not be comfortable with because their browser is running, and not everybody is comfortable with the browser. So sometimes we need putty type of tools are there. So in the case of GCP, I have seen one feature which I always appreciate that feature. Now, please remember, whenever you have to assess cloud, I always recommend that you should have one dedicated system, because when you are entering your cloud credentials, if somebody is going to steal your cloud credentials, what they can do? They can misuse, they can launch very powerful machines. What will happen? Bill, because your debit credit card information is there, so it will be a loss to you. So I always say that you should have one dedicated system. Even if you do not have one dedicated system, so but you should have at least one dedicated VM. So in my case, whenever I have to assess uh, my AWS cloud, generally what I do, in my VM workstation, I have created one Linux machine. From that Linux machine, I try to assess the AWS cloud. Now again, sometimes we are not comfortable with creating VMs on our local system. So what Google has done, they have done one very beautiful thing. They have given one VM to us freely. That means Google people, they are giving us the cloud also. That means server side is also there. Plus they are also giving us one free VM also. Now the problem is, here only one VM is visible, which I have created. Now what is the free VM they have given to us? How I am going to assess that free VM? So please remember, there is one cloud shell. When I am going to click on this, I will be able to open my VM. So let us click this. So one method was just click on this. We can assess our machine in our browser. Now we are going to move to the second method, which is the recommended method. Later on tomorrow morning, I will be using this method because that method is not suitable for certain purpose. Now what I want to use the machine that has been provided, VM provided free one. And this is always one feature I really appreciate in Google platform. So I'm going to click on this. Now we will see whether they have given us a Linux machine or a Windows machine. So let us check. And please remember, first time when you are going to launch this cloud shell, it is going to take 5 to 7 minutes because they will provision this machine for you. Now what is happening? Half of screen is my services are visible. On half screen, my cloud shell is visible or VM is visible. So please, it is recommended practice. click on this open in new window. Let us see what happens. Now what is going to happen? It is opening my VM in new window. And what I will do? I will close this. That means here my whole Google Cloud platform is available. Here, like VMware workstation, our VMs are available. Here my VM is available. And please look at this. In my case, I was having certain data there. So it is still there. That means this VM give you 5 GB of data also. In this VM, you can save 5 GB of your data. Like in my case, certain data I have already kept, and whenever I open this machine, that data is there. So first thing, now our machine is running on US Center. Now you can imagine that this cloud shell is available to you locally. Now what I have to do? Because this is also Linux and our machine is also Linux. So what I have to do? I have to use the SSH protocol. If the Google people have given us the window machine, then we have to use the putty. Please remember that, because the machine from where you are accessing the Google Cloud, that is also Linux, and the machine you are accessing, that is also Linux. So you have to use the SSH. Now, how to run this SSH command? Google comes to our rescue. You have to click on this. But there is one view G cloud command. So I will click on this. Now, for our benefit, what they have given us the command also. That means G cloud mean how to manage Google Cloud by command line, compute, SSH. It has specified the zone also, which machine we want to access. And please remember, whenever we create our account, one project is associated with our command account, which will be unique. In my case, it is project Oceanworks. So I am going to copy this. Then what I'm going to do? That means sometimes Google has made the thing so simple. That means now VM is there. Plus what they have done? They have given us the command also how to access. And first time when you are going to run this command, it will say authorized. Now we will see. Now please look. Now the prompt is different. Now what is happening? Now this is my machine. And we can verify. And please remember, when you are going to do the practice only, then you will feel comfortable. So let us check. Is the file is there or not? HTML. That file is there. Let us modify. Cloud HTTP. GCP session. We are just improving. That means I can manage the instance from this Cloud Shell also, and that also. And it is much more like, it is much more comfortable. Plus it has got many utility pre-installed, and plus lot of other things are. That means I can save the data here. Now please remember that K8 folder is not visible. Why? Because now where I am into that Linux machine. And another advantage is I can open multiple terminals. That means one terminal is there, like in normal Linux system. So here, when I am on this terminal, I am working on my Linux VM that is launched on US Central 1A region. This is my local terminal. Now we will verify whether that means from anywhere. That means there are two methods of assessing the resources in Google Cloud. One is most of the services straight away you have to click on this. Automatically what it is going to do, it will take you to, you can use that also. But the best method is they are going to give you the full machine cloud shell. That is the beauty of Google Cloud. So now what is happening? It is showing us that now if I do not want to use this, what I can do? I can log out. You can press. Now again, because once you press log out, it takes you back to the normal user. Again, we have to type log out. Now, up to this point, that means now two methods are there. One is through core outside. Now, suppose now I have created that web page and I am finding that this web page is very important. Now, what I want to take the backup of that. Now, you cannot attach AWS EBS in this machine. So here we have to use their EBS. And now what is the in physical world we say SAN. In AWS we say that it is EBS. But what is the name of that service in Google Cloud Platform? So what I am going to do? It is simply written disk. So I will click on disks. That means now I want what I want. I want to take backup of that page. Suppose that is very critical page. And sometimes when we create our websites or application, lot of data is there. And we have created that data on cloud. So now we want to have the backup. So what I'm going to do? I'm just going to say create disk. And I'm saying I will name it as extra disk. You can name any description for taking backup. Because again, if you are going to use Google Cloud Platform for infrastructure as a service, again we have to take the backup. So I'm showing you how to use the SAN in this Google Platform. Now, what type of disk is there? And please remember, lot of varieties are there. SSD disk is also available, which is very, like in my laptop, I've got SSD hard disk. That is why laptop is very fast. Yesterday for hypervisor experiment, I was able to run 6 to 7 VMs very easily because SSDs. So normally when you launch any machine on either Google Cloud or AWS, by default SSD is given. Now this is again very important. Now where I want to create the disk, again in US Central 1A region. So I will keep it the same. And now again, 500 GB. Although we have got lot of credit available, but we do not want to waste that. So for my purpose, I'm just going to say 2. When I'm going to specify 2, what it is saying? Disk size cannot be smaller than minimum. So minimum 10. So it is required. So that is one another difference. In AWS you can create a disk of any size, but here minimum you have to give. So I'm choosing 10. And what are the other options? We are not interested. And please remember one another thing. In our case, whether we were using AWS whether you are using GCP, we have just seen the GUI mode only. That means we were creating the machine in GUI mode. We were attaching the EBS or EFS in GUI mode. But the industry people, they do not prefer this type of mode, GUI mode. Sometimes they just want to run the commands. That means on Cloud Shell, they are just going to run the command. If they are going to run the command, what will happen? Automatically, this disk will get created. So what is the equivalent command? Sometimes the people, what they do, suppose they are not comfortable with the command. So they will go to the GUI, they will select the option. Then what they will do? They will say equivalent command line. So what it is saying? That means instead of using the GUI, what you can do? You can run this command. This is true for AWS also. It is true for GCP also. It is true for Azure also. And most of the time, 80% time, industry people, they do not use that GUI mode. They only create resources by command line because that is very fast. Because what I can do, I can have command on certain file, then I will just simply cut and paste. It is going to be very fast. But since we are beginner in that cloud technology, so what method we are using? We are using GUI. So I will say create. Now what is happening? Our Linux VM is there. Now what we have done? We have created one extra disk. And please remember, your zone should be the same. So we will wait. So now what it has done? It has created. And in use, whether it is in use or not? No, it is not in use. So now how to use this? This is little bit difference. If I'm going to click on this, what it is saying? Clone disk, but there is no menu where it is saying that attach. In the case of AWS, what it was? Attach volume, detach volume. But in this case, no such option is there. Only option available is which we are going to use in the end, that is delete. But not now what we want. We want to access this disk by using our VM. So what we have to do? We have to again move to our VM instances. In VM instances, what we have to do? We will select this instance, or we are just going to double click on this instance. When you are going to double click this instance, one edit option will be there. So please remember, using the services in Google Cloud is different, in AWS is different, and generally companies, they, like we always say, do not put all egg in one basket. So sometimes company use two clouds, certain resources in one cloud, certain resources. So you should be comfortable with both the cloud. Now what I want to use that machine, that disk. So I will click on my virtual instance. When I'm going to click, lot of menus will be visible. And what I have to use, I have to say edit. So not all the options you can edit. And please remember, if you want to change the processor and RAM, you have to first stop the instance, because certain things, like in physical systems also, if you have to increase the RAM, you have to first stop that physical machine, then only. Yeah. Same way in virtual machine also, especially in cloud, when you are changing the processor and RAM, you have to stop that instance, then only you can change. But here, what we are interested in your that thing, attaching the disks. So this is the option. What it is saying? Add new disk. That means no need was there for creating by separate method in separate way. We could have attached by directly there. And what option this is? If you have already created disk, then we are. Sometimes what happens? We have created one instance, there we attach certain disk, then we deleted the instance, then on next instance we cannot use this. What we have to do? Attach existing disk, and which disk you want to attach? That extra disk. In which mode? Read write or read only? So I'm saying read write. And what should happen? This is very important. When we are going to delete the instance, what should happen? Should it delete the disk? No. We want to keep the disk because data is there. We just want to do that. But if you're finding that no, after instance has delayed, when you want to delete the instance, that disk is of no use to you. So you can specify this option. But in my case, what I'm going to keep the default options. That means the disk that I'm going to attach, in that disk, if the material is there, I can read that material also, and I can write that also. So I'm going to click on done, and then what I have to say? Save. So we will see what happened. Now from where I am going to find this? So again, I can go to the Cloud Shell, or where I can go. Now the problem is, because this is Linux system, it is not Windows system. In Windows system, when you are going to attach, automatically it will be visible as a D drive. So here again the same command. So please remember, when you are using the cloud, always little bit of Linux knowledge is going to be very helpful. So fdisk -l. Now what it is showing? That is the first disk which was default, and now we have attached the second disk. Now please remember, in the case of AWS, when we created the EBS, we first formatted that EBS in Windows system. Then when we used in the Linux system, we did not need it to format that. But now what is happening? We have directly attached this hard disk with which system? With our Linux, and it is not already formatted. So please remember, I have to run one command, make file system. Like in the case of Windows, it is format command, and file system is FAT or NTFS. In this case, it is extended for file system. And what is our hard disk name? SDB. So we have to run this command, make file system dot extended for. That means before using, we have to format that. So it will say, it will ask for the confirmation. We are going to say yes. Then what we are going to do? I will run the same command, mount device SDB, like in the case of Linux AWS case. So we are going to. Now what I am going to do? In my case, our data is in which file? Backup. HTML. What was the name of the file? So I'm saying copy that critical data into. That means we have taken the backup in our example. So this is the method. And now I do not want to use it. So please, the people who are not comfortable with Linux, in my case, I will be sharing one link of my YouTube where I have put around 150 videos on Linux only. From beginning, I mean, you can learn if you want to. So please, because I have seen whether it is implementation or a lot of technology now these days they use Linux by default, and most of the servers these days they are Linux based. So if you know certain commands, that will be helpful. So that is the way I have used this. That means you can use this. Now please remember one thing. One another thing that I want to because I've seen by default when I was creating the machine, it has opened the 22 port, and by default uh, it has given us only one option. That option was opening 80 port. Now suppose I want to open, suppose uh, 8,000 port. Now in the case of GCP it is little bit difficult. In the case of AWS, it is very simple. When you're creating security group is there, you have to just select and that port will get open. But sometimes we need to open various ports. And for example, I'm taking this 8,000 port. So let me show you how. And please remember, now who is blocking these all port? Because who is allowing 22 port? Firewall. And we have not attached the physical firewall. Please remember, when we are opening the ports, uh, we are using the GCP's firewall, and when we were using the AWS their security group, we were using their firewall, and that firewall comes under your network as a service, because you are getting devices as a service, you are getting firewall as a service. Tomorrow we will see how to get load balancer as a service. But now my current task is I want to open 8,000 port. So because still we have got time with us, so let me show you how to open 8,000 port. And if you can open 8,000 port, mean you can open any of those port. So this is one, in my case also, when initially I started using GCP, this was one major uh, 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 problem was there, how to open extra ports. And it took a lot of time in understanding, okay, in the case of GCP, how the firewall works. So in this case, I do not want you people to face that problem. So in my case, I'm just going to show, if you have to open any other ports, what you are going to do. So in our case, we will now our addition, that means now disk we have attached, we have installed the web server also, that disk is accessible to us, we have taken the backup also. But now my task is how I am going to open certain port on this VM. So for that I have to use network as a service cloud of Google. Now how I am going to find out where is my network as a service cloud? So I will go there. So I will go to one menu. Here it is written VPC. What is the meaning of VPC? Virtual private computing. That means you can create networks, firewalls, load balancers according to you. So I will go to, so when we are talking about VPC, basically we are talking about network as a service. And luckily AWS also uses the same terms. If you have to use network as a service in AWS cloud, so you can go to VPC network. So I'm going to go to VPC network. I'm going to click. Now please remember, routers are there, firewall is there, but load balancers are somewhere different. And when we are talking about VPC network, please remember, whether you are using AWS or GCP, automatically by default, AWS and GCP, they create one default network for you. So in our case, what we were using? We were using US Center 1. So you will see what addresses we are getting there. 10.128. And if you are going to launch in Europe, what private address you are going to get? You are going to get. That means they have created one very large network. In that the very large network, they have performed the subnetting also. Like in our college or university, we do for different labs, we give different type of addresses. Same way, Google's or AWS, they create one very sophisticated network. In that network, they place router also there and firewall also. But now in our case, we just want to see by default our firewall is doing what. So in our case, firewall is allowing HTTP protocol, allowing ICMP. Please remember ICMP mean Internet Control Messaging Protocol. When you ping to a system, by default it uses ICMP protocol. And by default, RDP protocol is also opened. RDP mean 3389 port. And by default, but is there that visible 8000 port? No, it is not visible. So what I have to do? Please remember, when we talk about firewall, firewall is just like a gatekeeper in our organization. Now, if you want that weapon should not enter into your organization, you will instruct that gatekeeper, please do not allow Vipin Gupta. That means you have to give certain instructions. Same way, firewall is there. Now we have given them instruction, we please allow 80 port HTTP, allow ping, allow RDP, allow SSH, but we have not given them the instruction to the firewall, please allow the traffic 8080, sorry, 8000. So what I am going to do? We have to create the rules. So I will click on the firewall. So some option will be there. By default, create firewall. That means to each and individual rule, we have to give some name. What it is saying? Rule. Rule mean instructions. And please remember, I wasted lot of time in understanding this. Or I will not say wasted time. I spent lot of my critical time in understanding this firewall portion. It was really difficult because in AWS it is very simple. And in this little bit a different way it works. So first of all, you have to name it. So I'm going to say allow 8000. We can name any. So I'm just keeping it simple, allow. So you can give the description also, allow 8000 port. Why description is important? Because sometimes you are the administrator of one organization. Suppose you have left the job, some new administrator is there. So sometimes if we have not given the description, he or she will not be able to understand why they have applied this rule. So always it is recommended practice, please whatever rule you are creating, specify later why you have created. But in my case, I'm just giving one shot. Now, in which network? Because by default, our VPC is default. So I have to select. And what is the priority? Suppose one rule is saying that block 8000 port. And what rule is saying please attach, allow. Now, who will decide? Suppose in our family case, suppose जो हमारा बच्चा है जनरली क्या होता है, मम्मी कह देती है कि the mother say do not do this and father say do this. Now what the child is going to do? In that case it will depend who is more powerful. According to that child will be. But in this case, now this rule has been given 1000 priority, and some rule is given 2000 priority. The lower the priority, more powerful is the rule. So it is always recommended to specify the priority. If somebody is blocking, some rule is blocking that service, and you want to allow that, what you have to do, you have to keep the priority little bit less. So in our case, because not any rule is there which is blocking, so I'm keeping it default 1000. And again, this is very important, ingress and egress. Now what happens, suppose I'm taking physical class and I do not want any person to enter after 9:30. That means the persons are outside, I do not want. So this is called ingress direction, inward direction. And suppose and I do not want that once the session has started 9:30 up to 11 they cannot go out. So I have to apply the rule in egress direction. So in this case, what we want, I want that outside clients should be able to come to our 8000 ports. So I am specifying direction of a traffic as ingress, and what I want, allow. And now this is very important. What do you want to do? Please, what we are saying, all instances in the network. That means whatever instances we are going to create in this VPC, please allow. Although it is little bit too relaxation, but I do not want to go more deep into firewall because that will be bad. So in your case, what you can do, we can create one generalized rule, please allow 8000 traffic to the 8000 port on any VM that has been created in this network. And we have to specify the source range also, which system. Please remember, whether it is AWS or whether it is Google Cloud, 0.0.0.0/0 mean all addresses in the whole world. That means anybody can go to our 8000 port. Now what we are going to do, and here, which port you want to allow all, but no, in our case, what we want. So let me again repeat. That means just you can give any name, description, you have to specify some priority. Then in ingress direction, who can access? Here you can specify certain network also, or you can specify individual address also. You can allow all port, that will that is not recommended. In our case, what we wanted, 8000. And if you want another port, comma 8000, comma 808180, or UDP, or you can specify. Now what we are going to do, so when I'm going to create, what will happen? By default, in our case, what will happen? If anybody is going to go to our machine, they can. Although in our case, no such service is running on 8000 port, but if it is going to run on 8000 port, that means the outside persons, what they can do, they can access by using this. But since our in case no such service is running, so this will not work. But in our case, we were able to open the port. So let me summarize the thing. I will go to the, before summarizing the things, if I have to delete these rules, what I can do? Let us go the reverse process also. So delete. So we will delete that also. And what we are going to do? I will close this also. And then what I have done, in my case, I created the VMs. I will go to the compute engine, VM instances. I want to keep 10 to 15 minutes for the question hour. So what I'm going to do, and sometimes what you want to stop the machine. If you have to change that processor and please remember you have to stop the machine. Now here what we want, delete the machines. And what else I want? So please remember, in your case, like last month, I forget to stop certain services in AWS. So certain build was there. So please remember, once you have done the practice and you do not need the resources, please try to delete those resources, because sometimes we forget about those resources. Only end of the month you will find that bill is there, because your debit credit card information is there. They are going to deduct that amount. So please always remember, okay, whenever you are using the cloud, just after you have used the resources, just try to delete. So I'm just deleting that disks also. And one more thing, I will be not covering that, but I'm just going to show. Suppose you have to use object storage in Google Cloud, then there this service is there. That means to their object storage, what name they have given? They have given. So it will work in the same way that create bucket, that type of things. That means each and every service is available. What is available in that AWS, same service with some different name, it is available in your Google Cloud also. I do not know what is the equivalent of EFS in Google Cloud. I will try to search what is the equivalent of EFS service in whether they have implemented that. I think some file store service is there, which is equivalent to our EFS service. So to the participants, I will now take the question. And please remember, Cloud Shell's one advantage is that you can keep your data. And this data, sometimes some critical data, if I have kept in my laptop, what happen if somehow my laptop is going to get corrupt, or somebody if going to steal my data will be gone. But in this case, like in my case, I have kept certain data in this machine also. That means they, and plus they do not charge any money for this VM, which is running always for you. 5 GB space is there. This feature is missing in that AWS. That means if they are also going to give this VM type of thing, then managing that thing will be very easy. So that is our session on GCP. So now I will go for the questions. And please, for the last session, please join on the time, because very critical technology we are going to discuss. And mean that is next generation technology. You have to use that technology. We are going to discuss about the Docker technology. And I always use the word magic when I describe that technology. And we have to we need time for cover that topic. So exact 2:30 we will be starting the session. We will not wait for 5 minutes of that time. Now questions.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Thanks for sharing valuable information and practical exposure regarding Google Cloud Platform. Now, participants, if you have any query, you can unmute yourself and can ask. Sir, in chat box, there are some queries. Why
Sir,
industry
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm reading. Why industry persons are not using GUI? Is there any reason?
Sir, in GUI, write the scripts. Like suppose in my case, I want to first create the machine, then I want to create the disk, then I want to attach. If we have we are using the command line, what happens? First command I will write for the this creating virtual machine, second for disk, third for attaching, and fourth for copying the data. Now I can write one bash script. So what will happen with one command? All things will happen. And plus in GU mode is considered very slow in industry. So most of the time, 90% I will say, 80 was even less. So they use command line. And please remember, in the case of Windows also, already, if I'm going to give you 2016 server ISO, by default, if you are going to install 2016 server, by default, it will get installed in text mode. Can you imagine Windows system running in text mode? That will be a shock of life. So even Windows is moving towards the text mode. So it is more efficient. Plus footprint is very small. Like in the case of Windows machine, ISO file is 4 GB, 6.5 GB. In the case of Linux, hardly 700 MB. So lot of things are there. First, it is more efficient, fast, and plus you can automatize the thing. That is why use command line most of the people.
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
I have a
Another,
query.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, till now we got a good insight into using the Google Cloud platform, but actually there are still many other options. So could you give an guidelines like how we can explore all the options in that? Still there are many aspects with respect to whatever is provided in the dashboard there.
So for that, ma'am, I will suggest 2 or 3 things because lot of online courses are available on various learning platforms and very cheap courses are there. And even Coursera type people, they are offering certain courses for certain university free, or certain very good books are available on Google also, AWS also. Uh, but one problem I have seen in all the tutorials, not one book or one online course is going to cover all the things. So you have to be specific. Sometimes the course is available, machine learning on AWS, machine learning on GCP, AI on this, infrastructure as a service on. That mean again, my answer is when you want to explore all the services, you have to follow 6 to 7 different courses or book. And please remember one more thing. If I have to become English professor, I do not need to remember A to Z of each and every word. So I will suggest whichever field you are working, for that you try it, because in the case of AWS, so many services are there. That means even if I'm going to take 3 lives, that I will not be able to do the mastery. So in my
Yes, sir.
case, so I will suggest, whatever service in technology you are working, regarding that, try to find the source. Online resources on Udemy, it is available. On Coursera, it is available. And these days on YouTube, it is available. Even in my case, the next to next session Kubernetes, I have the whole online course I have put in my just YouTube videos. So sometimes in YouTube also very good material is available. But be specific because it will be almost impossible to master all the technologies.
Thank you,
It
sir.
is clear, ma'am? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Another one is, can we attach the disk with our cloud shell machine?
Yes, with command we can attach. We can attach. Again, when was I was that mean at that time I did not show you. When you attach the machine, you can again check that command line, because in GI mode you can always find out the parallel command. What is the parallel command? So for each and every option the command is there, because I always get the feedback, sir, you run lot of Linux command, please keep a minimum number of command. So in my case, I did not want to use too many commands, because then what would have happened? After 1.5, all the participants would have gone. So in my case, I have tried to use as much as minimum commands as possible. But in my case also, I am much more comfortable with the command line. So for each and every task, command lines are available. So that is my answer.
Okay. So anyone else? Another one is, sir, how SDN is related to cloud?
How when you start talking about SDN, I can spend even 3 days on SDN. It is such, I love that topic. And please remember now what is happening. Cisco is almost a $60 billion company. Their income is from selling switches and router. Now, normal router is going to cost minimum 1 lakh. If you are going to purchase their firewall, it is going to cost 20 lakh rupees. And if you are purchasing some load balancers from some company, it might cost even 50 lakh rupees. But when you are using SDN, because in the case of Cisco, what is hardware portion is there, one software portion is there. Like in the case of router, when I'm talking the cost is 1 lakh, hardware cost is only 10,000, 90,000 they are charging for the software. Same way, if you 20 lakh firewall, hardware cost is hardly 20,000, and rest 19,000 lakh they are charging for the software. But when you are using SDN, you need only the hardware, because that control plane, that operating system is free. POX is available, Open Daylight is available, Rio is available. That means that operating systems are free. That means I can create the firewall which is of 20 lakh, I can create in SDN only in 20,000. That is the advantage of the SDN, software defined networking. That means by using software networking, what I can do, I do not need to purchase those firewall load balancer. I can myself create. In our case, in me and my team, we have created our own firewall. We have created our own load balancer, which is working as perfectly as the other. And we can say it is almost free type of. That means that is the advantage. Like in the case of AT&T, what they did not purchase any of these devices. By using SDN, what they did, they created their own load balancer, they created their own routers. So that is the SDN. And please remember, in this AWS and this GCP, they have got their own implementation of SDN. But in the case of OpenStack Cloud, we can integrate ourselves, our SDN with the OpenStack type of thing. Again, very big topic. In last day, I will be sharing one link, not now, where I will be delivering a 90-minute lecture only on the SDN. So in the end, I will be sharing at not this point. So I will recommend to please go through that lecture. I will be for 90 minutes. I will be speaking on only on SDN and NF. Again, I'm not promoting anything, because your question was there. So there I will be handling that question much.
Yeah, the same participant is asking, how can we implement experimental setup for SDN like a data center?
Sir, for data center, because again, for SDN in India, not much equipment is available. You have to import the equipment for experimenting. So I will suggest to you, please use one Mininet tool is there, emulator tool is there. That means if you are going to purchase, if you are going to use emulator, whatever application you are going to write on Mininet, they are going to work on real hardware. Because again, I am saying, although in my personal case, I have imported SDN equipment, but again, in India, that equipment is not available for experiment purpose. So I will say that use the Mininet tool. You can do data center type of experiment in Mininet also. So I will suggest that for you.
Yes, anyone else? So I think no queries there. So now after lunch break, we will meet again at 2:30 p.m.
2:30 sharp,
So
I
thank
will
you.
say. Please make it sharp. So और क्योंकि ये जो एक्सपर्ट है विपिन गुप्ता, इसको प्रॉब्लम है 15 मिनट पहले ज्वाइन करने की. So
That's a good habit, sir. Thank you, Vipin sir. Thank you so much.
okay. We will meet at 2:30 sharp.
2:30. Yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. There is a main difference between AWS and GCP, sir.
No, again, like suppose I have from Moga, I have to go to Delhi. I can take bus, I can take car, I can take, although aeroplane facility is not available. That means our purpose is to reach Delhi. Now, for not for every situation, everything is. So for some services, like when I say object storage, I have found that AWS is the best. In infrastructure as a service, both has got valid points, because managing a virtual machine in Google Cloud is a little bit easier, and Kubernetes service again very good, but ease of interface is in AWS. So again, personal preference, I will say. For certain services you can use AWS. In my case also 80% I use AWS, but for service certain services Google is best, like Kubernetes. So like generally in our house we have got one car, we generally have second car also. Same way, 80% we use our first cars, second we use for long distance. So same way, both clouds, I will say AWS is number one. Ease of usability, number of services offered are much better. Help available is much better than GCP, but GCP is also catchy. And for certain service, Kubernetes, it is the best, GCP. So hopefully this answers your question.
So one last question in chat box.
Yes.
One participant, Riddhi Mehta, is asking, I want to start work as a cloud engineer. So where I have to start learning?
Ma'am, if you want free resources, so in the evening I will be sending one link. Please follow that. Lot of resources are there. Plus, not even that. In Coursera, I think certain universities, they have tie up. They are offering free courses. You can join that. Or if you want some cheap medium, affordable courses, then Udemy is there. In my case, in the last month, I just created one YouTube channel. Already I have put 250 100 videos in that, and by next month again it will reach to 500. And I'm covering lot of different technology, cloud related technologies there, and I'm covering that in very details, because I was getting lot of requests. So you can follow that resource also. Plus not mine resources also, lot of YouTube, lot of resources are freely are available. But be specific in cloud, which field you want to go, whether you want to go into the containers, whether you want to go into this virtualization type of a thing, whether you want to go to AI. So according to that, you have to find the resources. In my case, most of the time I'm into infrastructure type of thing. For that, you can follow my, but there are all others very good channels also available for IIT, also for blockchain. That means again, it will depend on as a cloud engineer, which field you want, like as a doctor, whether you are eye doctor or some other doctor. So according to that, you have to follow. So again, not one recipe. According to that, YouTube, you will find a lot of resources, and very cheap, for 300 to 600 on Udemy. Very good courses are available. You can join that also. So that is my answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So we will
Okay.
meet at 2:30 p.m.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
So welcome back. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this session, Vipin sir will discuss about deployment of Docker containers in the cloud. So, sir, over to you. You can start the session.
Yes, thank you, sir. So 63 participants are there.
Yeah, you can wait for 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes, that is.
I will make you presenter. Wait for a minute. Yeah, now you can share your screen.
Yes, thank you. So another 2 minutes we will wait, and then we will start. We will wait for another 1 minute, and then we are going to start the session. So I'm starting with the session. In this, we are going to cover the Docker technology. Please keep in mind, according to Gartner's report, although Gartner was saying that by 2020, almost 50% of IT industry will be running on this Docker and the technology that we are going to cover tomorrow. But again, due to COVID-19, we can say if it is not 2020, by 2021, almost half of the IT industry, whether they are in AI, machine learning, infrastructure as a service, anywhere, they have to use Docker or Kubernetes. Such is the importance of these technology. Now, first, we have to understand why is there some technology which is going to capture so much of market share. So let us discuss it with what is Docker. But before understanding Docker, again, we have to see how it comes. Just 1 minute. I think I clicked some wrong. Just 1 minute. Sorry for the later disturbance. So we are going with the Docker introduction, but before that, we have to see why the Docker came. What is the advantage of Docker from the previous technology? Now we are already comfortable with this technology, virtualization, hypervisor. So again, I will visit just for 2 minutes because we have discussed in detail about this virtualization and hypervisor. Because again, Docker technologies again deals with the virtualization. But how Docker virtualization is different than the normal virtualization which we implement by using VirtualBox or your VMware workstation, and how it is different from hypervisor. So let me again spend 2 minutes. When I was talking about the virtualization, I said that in my case, the hardware is i7, 16 GB RAM, and 1.2 terabyte of hard disk is there. On that, in my case, the host operating system is Windows 10. On that, I have got VMware workstation. On VMware workstation, what I can create? I can create VMs of Windows and Linux. But then we said that host operating system is going to create some problems, always vulnerable. If this is going to corrupt, all VMs will get corrupt. So the next solution was hypervisor, where on directly hardware we are going to install the hypervisor, and hypervisor we are going to get. That means whether we are using virtualization or hypervisor, we are going to get the VMs. Now, what is the new technology coming up? Please remember, in the new technology, again, the hardware is going to be the same, like in my case, i7 16 GB of RAM. And please remember, whenever you want to use this new technology, the preferred host operating system should be Linux. Although you can use the Windows also, Linux, Mac also, but again, it is preferred the operating system should be Linux. While in the case of virtualization, no issue. You can use Windows, you can use Linux, you can use Mac. Hypervisor also, your KVM, your EXI, again, they are Linux based, but Hyper-V is Windows based. But in this case, it is recommended practice. Okay, it should be Linux system. So when I will be talking about this technology, in my case, I will be taking the host operating system as a Linux. On that, what we are going to do? We are going to install Docker. That means this VMware workstation is a virtualization technology. Hypervisor is also virtualization technology, and Docker is also virtualization technology. Now I am going to install Docker. Docker is free, and the size of a Docker is hardly between 20 to 30 MB, and it is freely available on docker.com. That means I have to just run one command, yum install Docker, if it is a Red Hat based distribution, and if it is Ubuntu Debian, I have to just run apt-get install Docker. And please remember, in the case of virtualization and hypervisor, we are going to get the VMs, but in the case of Docker, we are going to get the container. But again, still we do not know what is the difference. So I'm moving towards the another side, another slide. So now I will take these two technologies as a virtualization, and this is our Docker technology. Now please remember, what is the difference on hardware, which operating system can be there. In the previous technology, virtualization, hypervisor, Linux, Windows, and Mac can be there. And on that, what we can install? On that, we can install VMware Workstation, VirtualBox, or KVM. And please remember, when I have installed any of these software, if I have to create the VMs, I need to use the ISO. Like in the case of XP, the ISO size was 700 MB. If you are going to download Windows 10 ISO, the size is 4 GB. But if you are going to download ISO of 2016 server, the size is 6.5 GB. That means whenever you are creating VMs, you required the ISO. We will see in the new technology what we require. And then storage, we need storage also. In the case of XP, we have given 4 GB. If it is Windows 10, 32 GB, at least we have to give. If it is 2016 server, we have to give the 60 GB space. If it is Linux system, 20 GB is the recommended. That means I need that much of storage. Now, then another thing, when I am going to create these VMs, if I'm going to create XP VM, it is going to take 20 minutes. If I'm going to create your 2016 server of Windows 10, it might take 30 minutes to create single VM. And then another, and Linux is going to take normally from 15 to 25 minutes, depending upon which version you are using of the Linux. And when we have implemented the VM, when we power on that VM, it takes normally 20 to 40 seconds. Now, in the case of a new technology, hardware is same, but what should be the preferred operating system? It should be Linux. Mac and Windows are a little bit behind in this, using this technology, so we will concentrate on Linux, although they are trying to catch up. Now, in the case of this virtualization, we need ISO to create the VMs. But please remember, when we use Docker technology, we do not need ISO. We need images. And you will be surprised to know 95% of the images available, the size is just 4 MB to 100 MB. And please remember, when I ask sometimes the participant, what are the most popular Linux available? Generally, the answer is Red Hat based distribution and Debian based distribution like Ubuntu. But I'm telling you, there is another Linux which is getting very popular. Already that Linux has already captured around about 15% market share. And most of the person, they even do not know about that Linux. That Linux name is Alpine Linux. That means it has already captured a lot of market share. And you will be surprised to know, if you are using Red Hat based distribution, size is approximately 3 GB. And if it is Ubuntu, the size is from 900 to 1.1 GB. But this Alpine Linux, the size is only 6 MB. That means we have got one Linux which is of size is of just 6 MB, and it works properly. And in this demo, we will try to use that Linux also. So that means in the case of Docker, we do not need ISO, we need images. The size of the images is from frame, and most of are under 60 MB. Then when we are going to create VMs, it takes, we have said that launching VM takes from 20 to 35 minutes. But remember, when we are using Docker, we do not create VMs, we create containers. Here it is VM1, VM2, VM3. Here what we are going to do, we are going to get container. And please remember, when we are creating container, how much time it is going to take? Hardly 1 second, sometimes less than 1 second. That means if I have to create 3 VMs, if we are assuming that one VM take 20 minutes, that means 3 VMs are going to take 60 minutes. But in this case, if I have to create 3 containers, hardly 3 seconds, because a container sometimes take even less than 1 second to run. Then how much storage? In this case, the storage is from 4 to 60 GB. and you will be surprised to know in the case of container, hardly the container use less than 1 MB. Sometimes the storage space used is in KB, and boot time, immediately they get started. So one technology uses so many resources, and the another side, the technology is which is very lightweight. And if I have to relate it with the real life, this virtualization technology, the older virtualization technology, it uses the resources of elephant type. And in this case, we can say it only uses the resources like a mouse. So that is the difference. And I always say, when I talk about Docker, I always use the word that it is just a magical technology. So now we will see. And please remember, when the people talk about this technology, they use various names. Like they say, we work in Docker platform. Sometimes people prefer the terms that mean we work on containers, and sometimes we say that lightweight virtualization. Now all other virtualization, whether we are using hypervisor or virtualization, they now are known as heavy duty virtualization. And in this case, what is the name given? Lightweight virtualization. And another name given is microservice architectures. So in our case, what is the name? We can call it a container based virtualization we are using, OS level virtualization, lightweight virtualization, microservices, sometimes we say Docker. And please remember, in future you have to use this technology. So in our case, for giving you practical demo, what I will do, because again preferred host operating system should be your Linux. So how I am going to get Linux? Either in VMware Workstation I am going to create the Linux, but now because we are already comfortable with the cloud, that means I am not going to use VMware Workstation. I will go to either AWS cloud, or I am going to go to GCP cloud. What I am going to do? There I will create the Linux machine. In our case, in the morning session, what we did, we have already created that Linux machine. And if I'm going to show you, in my case, already that Linux machine is running. And by using putty, I have already logged in as that Linux. So please remember that in my case, what I have done, let me remind you, in the morning, what we did, we created one Linux server. In my case, I have already deleted the Windows server. This is the IP address. So in my case, by using which software? Putty software, I have connected with this VMs. Now what we are going to do? First, Linux is ready. What I have to do? First, I have to install the Docker. Then what we need? We need images. So I will download the image. And please remember, in cloud, download is not the preferred word. We say we are going to pull the image. So some terms are there. Generally, we do not use the term download. We will say pulling. We will pull the image. Then what we will do? We will try to create the container. So let us first try to install the Docker. Then what we will do? We will pull the images. Then we will try to create the container. First simple container. Then we will move to the complex container. And please remember, for tomorrow's session also, knowledge of this concept is a must. Otherwise, you will not be able to understand tomorrow morning's concept. So let me go to my Linux system. So in my case, what I'm using Amazon Cloud. Already Linux system is running. I think now font size is also okay. But the problem is, as which user I am logged in? It is not responding. I will open the second terminal. I have opened two terminals there. So one terminal, let me go to the, okay, let me close this session. Let me once again show. That means In my case, I'm using this terminal. In my case, because I need multiple terminal. So in my case, I will open the terminal by again using the putty. But for initial 10 minutes, we need only one terminal. Now, which user I am logged in as a EC2 user. Now, this user cannot install Docker because this is normal user. So what I'm going to do, I will say sudo -i. What will happen? Now we will log in as a root user. Now what I am going to do, yum install. Immediately after the session, I will be sharing 3 PPTs with you people. So in that Docker slides are there, how to install these, all things are there, how to create containers, all things are there. And morning session also, the PPT will be there. Now what I want to install? Docker. And please remember, Docker is free. So when I'm going to run this command, yum install Docker, what it is going to do? It will start installing. So it will ask for the confirmation and look at the size, Docker, 44 MB. And what I have to say? Yes. Now, again, it is not using our internet, it is using the AWS internet. That means installing Docker is as simple. Which command? Yum install Docker. And please, if you are a fan of a Ubuntu system, what you are going to do? You are just going to run the command apt get install docker.io, because in the case of Ubuntu system, the package name is docker.io. So remember that. Now please remember, your Docker works in the principle of server and client. Now I want to see whether my Docker is working proper or not. Let me clear the screen first, because so much data is there. So with the clear command, what I can do, I can clear the screen. Now I want to check whether my Docker is running properly or not. For that, the command is Docker version. So let us see what it is showing. Now it is showing client is okay. But what it is saying? Cannot connect to the Docker daemon. That means something is missing. Please remember, when we install Docker, it installs 2 components. It installs the server component, it installs the your client component. Client component is working, server component is not working. How you know that the server component is not working? Because in Linux, server are known as daemon. So it is saying I cannot connect to Docker daemon. So the problem is we have not started the Docker server. So what is the command? Like in the morning system ctl start Docker. We have covered that in the morning also. In the morning, we use the systemctl start httpd. Now here the server is Docker server. So I'm going to say system. Sorry, the spelling mistakes. It is system. It is okay. There should not be any issue. Okay, let me run another command. Sometimes in certain Linux distribution, the command will be service docker start. Okay, let me cover this. Please remember, although most of the Linux, they have shifted to this command systemctl start docker. But in that particular version that I am Linux I am using, in which this command is not working. So we have to use the old command. The old command is service docker start. So please always remember, if it is new Linux, then you have to run this command. And if it is a little older version of Linux, service docker start. But I have to make this permanent also. So for making permanent in older version, the command is check config docker on. And in the case of if it is new version, then command is systemctl enable docker. So let me type the command there. Check config docker on. Now we were able to start. Now what command I am going to run? Hardly for using Docker, you need to know almost 10 commands. So again, I'm going to run this Docker version. Now what it is saying? Your client portion is working properly. And what is happening? Your server portion is also working properly. That means no issue regarding, that means the first step. What was the first step? In our case, Linux was already with us. We have taken the Linux as a EC2 instance. On that, what we have done? We have installed the Docker. Now what I have to do? I have to pull the images. And first of all, we are going to pull the Alpine Linux, which has already captured almost 15% market share. So what is the command? Let me first type the command. First, we will check whether already some image is there or not. For that, the command is, that means this command is for checking whether already some image is there or not. Docker image list. We will see that there is no image. Then what I am going to do? I will say Docker image pull which Linux. And please remember, Ubuntu is available for Docker also. The size is only 60 MB. CentOS is also available for the Docker. Size is again 50 to 60 MB. That means each and every Linux, they have created the version for Docker also, which is very, very small. But this Alpine, the beauty of that Alpine is we are going to see how much is the size. So first let me run this command. Then what we are going to do? We will pull one image Alpine and we will see what is the size of that image. So let me again go to this system. I will clear the screen. You can type clear or you can just say Control L. Now let me run the command docker image list command. Now what this command is showing? No image is there because we have not pulled an image. And what I am going to do? Docker image pull Alpine. If you want to pull the Debian, you are going to say pull Debian. If you are going to say CentOS, it will pull CentOS. And all are available on which site? They are freely available on hub.docker.com. Millions of images are available. And I will show you, I will visit to this site and will show how to find the image which is relevant to you. So from where, what it is going to do? It is going to pull. So let me run this command. That means it has pulled the image. Now how I am going to check whether we have pulled that image successfully or not? So for that, what I have to do? Again run this command. Docker image list. Now what it is showing? Alpine image is there. Latest version is there. Because millions of images are there. Images has been given one ID also, image ID. And look at the size. 5.57 MB Linux. And we will see it will work also. Sometimes even people when they move to Docker, they are not satisfied. that even they consider this Alpine size is very large. So another Linux is there, which is getting very popular, already 5% market share. BusyBox. Let us see what is the size. That means in Docker, the smaller is the size, the better will be considered the image. So sometimes people are not even satisfied with this size. They are saying this is very large size. So what you can do? You can pull another image, BusyBox. Let me show you. Let me check the size and you will be surprised by the result. That means we have got one Linux. The size of that Linux is 1.23 MB. And we will see that is also working. Now we have downloaded the images, not downloaded the, we will always use the word, we have pulled the images. Let me clear the screen. Now let us see according to our slide what we have done. We have installed the Docker, we have pulled the images. Now what we want? We want to create the container. So and in our case, what we are going to do? We are going to create our first container. So let me show you what is the command. So in our case, I will show you. And once you know how to create the container, you can create any type of container. So now this session is very important because we have pulled the images. Please compare it with the virtualization. That means first we have to install VMware or KVM or Hyper-V or VMware workstation. Then we need ISO. Then what we have to do? We have to create the VMs. Now in our case also, we have installed the Docker. We have pulled the images. Now why we have pulled the images? Because now we want to work. We want to create the containers. So we will see how to create the containers. So for the command that I am going to use, let me explain. We are going to run the command Docker. I will say container run. That means I will run the command Docker container run. Mean create the container. I mean in interactive mode. That means when you are going to create the container, please take me into straightway into that container. So for that we have to use I. Now -t mean terminal. Please remember, whenever you use Linux, you can open the terminal. That means command line when we work with that is called terminal. So we are saying take us to the container, please attach one terminal also. And then again, this is important. What name we want to give to our containers? We are saying C1. Please remember, Google always say, if you are going to read their statement, they say that every week they create trillions of containers and destroy. That is the scale at which Google is working in the case of containers. And one another thing, every week they create trillions. That is the scale. So in my case, I'm going to name that container as C1. Then which image I want to use? Alpine. And then we have to specify the shell. In our case, we are going to use the ash. Please do not confuse with the Ashwarya Rai, but in this I will just ASH mean Alpine shell. Please remember, normal Linux, they use bash shell. Now bash shell, the size is very large. So Alpine people, what they wanted to keep the size of their image very small. So in their case, they created their own shell, that is Alpine shell. So what I'm saying, Docker container run in interactive mode, attach terminal, name the container as a C1, and from which image you have to create the container, that is Alpine, and on that please power on the ash shell. Now let us go practically, but before that I have to do another thing, because now only one terminal is available, and now I will again, I want to open second terminal also, because what happens if I am going to run the command here, then I will not be able to use the host operating system. So let us first do certain, I will open the again putty. So I am please implement opening the second terminal. Let me copy the address. This is the address. This is the address of my Linux machine. So I will again click on putty. I will type this, and in appearance, because I want the font size to be little larger, so I will make the size as 16. Then connection, so that this does not get connected. This you now already know how to make the connection. Then data, which is the user, EC2, user is there. Then what we have to specify? We have to specify the key, private key. Open. Now we have got two terminals with us. And again, what I am going to do, sudo -i. Now, before creating the container, I just want to see whether already some container is running or not. For that, command is, please remember, you have to use this technology. You cannot survive without technology in IT industry. So you have to be comfortable with 10 to 15 commands. So like when we wanted to check about the images, we run the command docker image list. Now before running the containers, I just want to check whether already some container is running or not. So what is the command? Command is docker container ls. Now what it is saying? It is saying no container is there. But please remember, like in the case of VMs, I was having 80 VMs. But when we were doing the hypervisor experiment, I powered on 5 virtual machines. That means rest 75 was in stop state. Same way, when you run this command docker container ls, it is going to show you only the container which are in running stage. It will not show you the container which are in stop state. So sometimes we modify the command and we specify -a, docker container ls -a. So what it is going to show? It will show you the running and stop. But in our case, because this is the fresh installation of Linux and fresh installation Docker, no container is there. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the container. So what is the command? Docker container. We have already discussed that. Run -i mean interactive mode, -t mean attach the terminal. We have to specify certain name. We are saying C1 is the name. Which image we want to use? Alpine. And which shell I want to use. And please remember, I have said it takes seconds. Now what is the? This is your host operating system's prompt. Now the moment I am going to press enter, your container will get created. So let me press. This is your container. That means within second it got created. And how can I verify whether this container is running or not? So if config is the command for checking the IP addresses. That means this container has been automatically given one address. And if I have to create the file, what I can do? Like in normal Linux, I can create the file with the list. That file is visible. Now, because in this case, what has happened? Now I am working in the container. So I will go to the second terminal. I will run the command docker container ls. Now what it is showing? It is showing container ID, which image from Alpine, which command at how much time, 1 minute ago, and what is the name of the container. That means we are able to create the container. Let me create second container and then we will see the communication. Let me create the second container. Docker container run. I am going to combine. You can combine. And if you are not going to specify any name, automatically it will generate one name. So I'm making the command a little bit short. So Alpine, because we have not specified the name, so automatically Docker is going to allocate. Now, when I said that Google is creating trillions of containers, giving name yourself, it is very tough. So sometimes we use automatic feature. Please give the name automatically. So that means Docker container run. Now how many containers now will be running? The first container already running. Now how much time it is going to take? Second. And if I'm going to say if config, this container has been given which address? 3. And this container has been given which address? 172.17.0.2. Now what I am going to do? Let us check ping 172.17.0.2. It is pinging. Control C cancel. Now look at how the world has moved. 10 years back, when we have to show the networking, we used to take to physical systems. Then we used to install the operating system, then attach with the hubs or a switch. Then we used to run the ping command and we used to say, this is networking. Then we moved to the VMs. We used to create the 2 VMs in one system, give the address to the VMs, then ping. Now the world has moved to the containers. So please remember, when the people 10 years back, they used to get physical system on when they used to go to the industry, physical system. But in the last 4 to 5 years, they are not going to get dedicated physical system. They used to get the VMs. But in future, they are not even going to get the VMs. Please remember, they will be using containers. If you have to work in Python, you have to use Python container. If you have to work in Java, you have to use a Java container. And already the world has moved to this container technology. Already one new concept is coming, DevOps. DevOps is nothing. It is 50% dependent upon the container. So please remember, the world has moved to the container. Now we have created the containers. So what I am going to do? Now I will exit from the container. I will exit from that container also. Now we want to delete the containers also. And let me check now how many containers are there. So what is the command? Now what it is showing? It is not showing any container, because when we exit from the container, it stops the container. So it is not recommended command to type exit. You have to press Control PQ. If you are going to press Control PQ in the running container, it will log out you from the container and the container will be in running state. So please, we will run the modify command. What is the modify command? Docker container lsn. What it is showing? It is showing this is your C1 container and the other container has been given the name. That means up to this point, what we have been able to do, we have been able to create the container. Now I do not want these containers, so I have to remove these containers. So always it is recommended practice first stop the containers, then remove the containers. So in our case, we are going to follow the recommended practice. Although our containers are already in stop state, but it is good habit, Docker container stop C1. Then what we are going to say? Remove C1. Then we can type this name, or even what we can do, we can use the ID also. Now what is the ID? 2F7. So even no need to type the whole ID. You can type 2-3 characters. And what I am going to say? That means physical system provisioning is different process. VM provisioning is totally different. But in future, you are not going to get the VMs. You are most preferably, and especially the programmers who are going to do the job in programming, they are always 90% time they are just going to get the containers. That is 100% I'm sure. Not I'm sure, all the industry is convinced that they have to use the container. Now let us check. Is there any container? No. That means we are successful in launching one simple container. We were able to remove. But now what I want some complex container to run. But before that, I want to show you one thing. I will go to the hub.docker.com. Let me increase the size. That means hub.docker.com is the site where you will get all the images. So I will click. Now what they have done, I think now they have made it. They required the login. Okay, let me search. So first I am going to search about the Alpine. Now look at this. How many persons have downloaded? Only 10 million. And from the last 3 years, it is showing 10 millions. After that they have stopped counting. So many times it has been downloaded. Alpine. And what about the Python? When I'm saying that you have to use Python containers. Let us see how many people. Again, 10 million. That means everybody is using, but we are not using. Industry using. As an education institute or organization, we are not using. We are not making our students use this type. So please remember, any language, you have to download their image. So what will happen? You are going to just Docker image pool Python. Then when we are going to run, your Python will be running in 5 seconds. Node.js, everything. So this is. But now I'm not interested in this. Now I want to see the power of container. Now by using container, I want to launch my web server. That means in morning, what we did in Google Compute Engine, we launched the machine. On that we implemented the Apache web server. I think Mala ma'am has also taken the example of web server. They also implemented. But then we were using the VMs, or we were using the VMs in the cloud. But now we want to check whether we can launch the web server into containers or not. And again, I'm going to launch one web server. which is used by the Facebook. We have got one Apache web server is there. Please remember, Facebook people, they use Nginx web server. This is much more powerful than the Apache. So we will see Nginx, and again, how many? You will see there are millions of images, and no, most of the images already 2 or 3 bags, more than 10 millions downloads are already there. And in the case of Nginx, not only one variety is there, lot of Nginx images are available. Nginx based on CentOS, based on Alpine. So now what I want, I'm giving you one complex example. So I will clear this screen. I will clear the screen here also. Now what I'm going to do, we are going to implement web server, and that too Nginx web server by using container. So first, what I have to do, I have to download, I have to pull that image, and let me run the command docker image pull. And what I have to specify? Now please remember, if I am going to run this command docker image pull Nginx, what it is going to do? We do not know whether it is going to give us this Nginx on Debian, Ubuntu, CentOS. Please remember, if Nginx is installed on CentOS, Debian or Ubuntu, size will be very large. So these days, the people, they do not use these distributions. They say, please give us Nginx, which has been installed on which distribution? Alpine. Now what we will get in this image? We will get Linux also. In that Linux, web server will also be there. In the case of morning session, what we did, first we install the Linux system, then we have to install that Apache web server. But in this case, what I'm trying to do, I'm going to pull one image in which Alpine will be there, plus what will be there? Nginx will be there. And we will see what is the image size, and you will be surprised to know. Let me pull. And which command I am going to use? Docker image ls. That means now we have got one distribution in which Nginx is there, and look at the size, all approximately 22 MB. That means one image is there, 22 MB only, in which Linux is also there, and Nginx web server is there. That is the surprising things. Size is at least 100 times smaller than the normal. Now I have to. Now please remember, in the case of Alpine, when we were launching simple Alpine container, that was very simple container. But here what we have to do? We have to launch web server. So please remember, we cannot use those options. Which were the option? -int, because whenever you are running any server, they should not run in interactive mode, they should run in daemon mode. So in my case, what I'm going to do, I will say docker container run, then I will not specify -i-t. Instead of that, I'm going to write one option -d. -d mean please run this container in daemon mode. Then --name, we will name our container as a web. Here what I am going to specify? Nginx Alpine. And we have to specify another option also. Let me first type, then we are going to discuss. So I am going to clear this screen, or let me first type docker container run minus D mean daemon mode. Please remember I am specifying one option. I will explain it. Let me first type the command. Now this is the command that I'm going to run. Docker container run minus D is clear. That means it is in daemon mode. And what is the name I want to keep of my container? I'm just naming it as web, or I could have written web server. And which image I want to use? Nginx. And no need to run the command because it will be running in the background. Now what is this? Minus P 8080. And please remember, this is the most important thing to understand in Docker. And sometimes I even have seen the people after working months in Docker, they are not able to understand the networking of the Docker. So let me first explain before running this command. First, let us see whether it is running properly or not. Let me show, then I will explain. Docker container ls. Now it is showing. That means our container is running. But what is this option? Let me show you. So I will open another, and please remember this is very critical to understand. I will straightway go to the and please remember when I created these diagrams, I took a lot of time, around about for making the people understand. I took in around about 30 days for creating these diagrams. Now, let me explain. Now, in our case, what is happening? In our case, also one Imagine Linux is running, which is based on CentOS 7. So in this case, what is happening? This square represent our instance, Imagine Linux instance. And now what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to create one container. Which container? It is based on Nginx image. And what is going to be the name of the container? It is going to be the web. And it will be given one address. And please remember, I'm running this command docker container run minus D. And please remember, I have not specified minus P command. And we want to see if we are not going to specify minus P command, what is going to happen. Rest of the command is same. Instead of Nginx Alpine in this image, I have just shown you the Nginx. Now what happens when I run this command? Now this is your VM, and we have seen outside people can connect through this VM. When I am going to run this command, what is going to happen? It will create one container. And by default, it is going to open 180 port. But the problem is, the people from internet, they can reach to this system. But there is no tunnel which will take you to the container. That means it is just like that we have created one room which is not having any path to anywhere. Mean that is no door, no windows. So nobody will be able to enter that. Same way, what is happening? Although one door is in this case is there, but when somebody tries to come from outside, they can reach to this Linux, but they cannot enter. So what we have to do? We have to create some path. How we have to create path? We have to open some port here, and we have to create one relationship between this and this port. So for that, what we can do? We can use the minus capital P. That means again, I'm not using the small p. I'm just giving the example. That means if we are going to run this command, this is useless command. That means container will get created, but nobody will be able to reach that container. Nobody will be able to view that page. So I'm going to modify command. What I'm specifying? -p. -p is okay option, but only problem is it is going to open one random port, and it will establish one relationship between this port and this port. But again, because every time if we are going to create container, in my case it is showing 32768 port. In your case it might be opening new, another port. So what we have to do, we have to go to the firewall again and again, and whatever container port it has opened, we have to open that. So sometimes this is not the proper way. So what is the proper way? This is the proper way. -p, 8080. What is the meaning of that? Ki please do not open random port here. Just open the 80 port here. Now what will happen? The people from outside will contact to the IP address of this I think it is showing I have lost the connection. Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, audible.
Because in my side it was giving the message that you have lost the connection.
No,
So
no,
let
sir,
me
you are
again.
audible.
Sorry. That means when I'm specifying -p 8080, so what it is going to do? It is going to open 80 port. Now what I have to do? Let me again move to this. That is why I have written this command. That means I'm saying, please do not open any random port, open 80 port. So what will happen? Now what is the address of this our Linux machine? I have noted down that address. This is the address. Copy. So we will go to some browser. I will type this. Now please remember, this web server is running in your, where? It is in container. And if in your case, if one or two participants, if they are going to type in their laptop or smartphone, they will get the same page. That means, now please remember, this web server has been launched from where? From the container. So let me again go to there. So I will check Docker container ls. Now which web server is running? 80. It is running. Oh, sorry, web container is running. On which port it is running? 80. And host port 80. Now I have to delete this. So what is the recommended? Docker container stop. And please remember, it is showing us one default page, but sometimes we are not interested in default page. We want to launch our custom page. That is also possible. So I will try to give that example also. That means little bit more complex, because in this what is getting, we are getting the default page. Now I want my web page, BCT college web page, that should be open, or my site. I want to launch my site on this. So we have to customize that. For that, what I have to do? So I will stop that container. Then what I'm going to do? I'm going to remove that. Now let us check. no container is running. So let me show you another example. I'm increasing the font size. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one data directory. That means because still time is there, so a little bit more advanced I want to take to you. Now I want to display the custom page. So what I'm going to do, let me copy this also. Clear this, and I will make it is full. Now I'm going to create one directory, data, any directory. That means your host operating system. I will go to this directory and I will copy the material of my website in this directory. Since I do not have any material, so what I am going to say, so we are just going to give the message, welcome to BCT Cloud STC. Any, this is the message I want to display, custom message. So I will save. Now I'm going to copy paste that command. Now what is the meaning of that command? First we have to understand. So what I am saying, I'm saying Docker container run in which mode? Daemon mode. What is the name of the container we want to keep? Web. Then again this option is same. Which port I want to open? I want to I do not want to open random port. I want to open 80 port. And which image? Now this is very important. This option. V mean volume. Please remember when we were using the Apache web server, you have to save the material in which directory? That is where www HTML directory. Please remember that. Let me increase the font size. So when in the morning we created the web server, we save the data in this file. But in our case, we are not using Apache. We are using the Nginx. By default Nginx, it saves the data in which file? User share Nginx HTML. So by default, one page is there in which directory? User share Nginx. So when I'm specifying this option, minus mean volume, we are saying that please do not use the initial file which is in this file. So what we are saying, please mount this folder as a which folder? So what will happen? The data from your host system will be read by the Nginx web server. So let us see the result. But please remember, different, like if we are using Nginx based on Debian, sometimes the directory is different. And when we are using CentOS directories, so please always go to the documentation of image. There you will find whether it is in this directory. So in my case, I am assuming that it is in this directory. So let us run this command. So let us see what happens. I want to check. Then what we are going to do? Refresh. And please, 1 or 2 participants, just try to assess this. That means now, instead of physical server, tomorrow and in morning session, instead of physical server, we were using the VMs to deploy our web server. But in this case, if we have moved into the future, we are not using even VM, because VM takes up a lot of resources. So what I am using in the container, I am using that means I have launched my web server. So please remember, the word is slowly and slowly it is moving towards the container, because this is very lightweight and it is very efficient also. It uses minimum resources, and the speed at which we can launch container, it is simply we can say very speedy. So let me again delete that container. So how am I going to delete? Docker container stop, and the container name is web, and then what I'm going to say, remove. And please remember one thing, let me run this command. We will see what will happen. What is the disadvantage? That means, and what I'm trying to do, now please remember, now I have not specified what I'm saying, and I just, we are going to name our minus name web. Now what I have done, I have not specified any port. So what it is going to do? It is going to do this thing. It is going to open random port. We will see what random port it is opening. How I will check which random port it has opened? So this is the random port it has opened. So now how I am going to assess this? I will copy this. Now what I am going to type? But the problem is this port has been opened by us? Now what it is saying? It will not display because it is still processing. Why? Because we have not opened that port. So this is the problem with this. Now we have to go to that security groups. We have to open that port. If again we are going to run the container, it might be opening some another port. So some specifying this -p option is much better. So if I have to open that port, from where I'm going to open, I have to go to, now it is not showing. So what I have to do? I have to go to the security groups. In security groups, what I have to do? Because in my case, this is the last thing that we are going to do in, that means this was our, when we created that our Linux instance, this was the security the group that we were using. And please remember, you can later on open the port also. So what it is showing? Inbound rules. I will go there, edit inbound rules. Now which port we have opened? 880 in the morning, 22 port, 2049. Now what we can do? Custom. What is the port? 32768. From where? All. So we are going to open this and we have to save that. Again, this is very difficult for normal person because speed will get reduced. Now what will happen? If we have properly opened that port, again, that will get option. So if it is running on some other port, you have to specify the IP address also. You have to specify that also. So let me summarize the things. Mean what we did, Linux is the preferred method. We install the Docker, and by using images, first we created one simple container, then we created one container having web server, but the problem was that was displaying the default page. Then with using -v option, what we did, we customized the page. But again, we were mapping the AT port with the AT port of the host. Then we tried to use the -p capital option. We found out that it is generating one random port. So then we have gone to our AWS console. We modified that security group, and we open that port. But that process is difficult because every time it is going to open different ports, which is not the recommended way. So generally we use -p options. And what was the method of creating containers? This was the method of creating the containers. I will be sharing these slides with you people. So Docker container run -it -- names here. So this was for creating one simple container. And if we are creating the container of server, you have to specify -d option. That means, and we have to specify -p option also. And please remember, in my case, I have used the latest commands. And sometimes if you are reading some tutorials, most of the tutorial, they sometimes use the old command. So in old command, we used to not specify Docker container, Docker image. So straightaway, what command we can use? Docker run -it name. But I will not recommend you people to use this older syntax, because slowly and slowly they are going to depreciate that. And in old method, the command for checking the containers was docker ps. It will show you the running container, docker ps -a running as well stop container. So that means again I will be sharing. So in our case, I will stick with this new commands in which we specify if we are doing some operation on container, docker container. If we are specifying some on image, we are going to run docker image. Now I am expecting a lot of questions on this topic, so I will close the session. Again, tomorrow's session again is dependent upon this technology, but that is even more critical than Docker. And Google by itself runs on that Kubernetes. And so now I will take the questions.
Thank you, sir. The session was really very informative. So participants, I have unmuted you all. You can ask any question, unmute your mic.
कार्यालय में थे ना, हाँ मुको एकदम रिंग कर ले.
Please, somebody is talking on phone. Please mute their mic, and please ask the questions.
If you have any query, you can unmute your mic and can ask. I think no query.
That is very surprising for me. Either they have understood everything, or another option is also that they have not understood anything. For me, both are very dangerous.
Yeah, so wait for a minute.
Yes.
Hello.
I have unmuted all the participants. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay, there is.
Hello,
yes,
sir.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, speak.
Sir, I have been just using this Docker quite just 1 or 2 months ahead. Actually,
Okay,
today
ma'am.
it was very informative. You have given a proper way of usage of this. I had
Okay.
one query. Say if I am using any of the application using Docker, can I run multiple images and work on it?
Mean in one container, ma'am?
No,
No,
not
ma'am.
content. Exactly. Say, suppose that I am working through my laptop. Say I want
Okay.
some network application. Let us say NS2 or NS3. Just I'm giving a non-trivial example.
Yes,
Say
ma'am.
somehow I downloaded an image of NS2, and say
Okay.
once again I happen to download image of NS2. Maybe if it was not downloaded before, as you gave the commands to remove the Docker. If I could, is there any chances that if I download again, there is a clash between old and the current image? Because I faced it
Because
when I.
yes, there is, because we are using the latest image. So every time when they create new image, they give the latest version. So always use the specific version of that command. Like in my case, I was just saying Alpine. I should have done
Mhm.
Alpine 3.4. So specific version is required. So that is the better
Actually,
thing.
if I have to give an appropriate example, as I said, I just used 1 month, 2 months back. I used the Docker to download the Mininet. So I
Okay.
downloaded Mininet and I started working. But
Okay.
after some time, I felt that there is something missing there which is not downloaded properly. So I removed the previous image. I downloaded another image. I'm sorry, I pulled another image. But it so
Okay.
happened that both the images were existing in the when I use this ls command, the previous version
Okay.
was also existing. How to
Because
handle that?
then you can remove that first image. Docker RMI. That means Docker image RMI, name of the image. That is the command. RMI, remove image.
Okay.
That is the command for removing the image.
Oh.
And regarding running multiple copies, like in our case, we were specifying -P 8080. You can run the
Mhm.
second instance on 81 port, third on 82. That means simultaneously on that your machine, you can run multiple instances of any web server also, NS2 also. And I will recommend you in the case of Mininet, like I have said that this is going to be the future technology. Now, what is happening? Everybody is trying to move each and every application on Docker. So
Okay.
Mininet is one application which I found that does not work properly on Docker. So please,
Yeah.
again, I always say Kapal Bharti is not going to remove all your diseases. It will remove certain diseases, but it is not the cure for all the diseases. Same way, Docker is the cure of 50% the things you do, but it is not the solution of everything. And Mininet is one thing in which I have found out this that when you are using Docker for running Mininet, it
Yes,
creates a
sir.
problem. So please,
Yes, sir.
in that case, use the VM. So not for everything.
Okay.
Sometimes
Okay,
happen
sir.
that. Is this clear,
Thank you, sir.
ma'am? Uh,
Yes, sir. Yes.
okay.
Hello, sir. Sir, apart from
Yes.
Docker being a lightweight container, if we have to state another benefits compared to the virtualization, what are the other technical benefits that we can list out?
Because it uses negligible storage, plus when we launching the containers, again the size of images, like in my case I have got 80 VMs, but 80 VMs have got so many ISOs also. Out of 1.2 terabyte of space, almost 200 GB has been occupied by the images. If I'm using the Docker images, hardly it is going to occupy 1 GB of space. So that is also important. Plus scale. In this case, what we were doing? We were just launching container one by one. In tomorrow morning, we are going to say, if I'm going to run one command, if I'm going to say run 100 containers, so what it is going to do? Automatically within second, it is going to run 100 containers. So these are the additional benefit. Again, the biggest benefit is it is very, very lightweight, very, very lightweight. negligible storage, RAM usage is very less, and that again storage and the footprint of images is very small. Please remember, the bigger the operating system, more software are there, more vulnerable that operating system is. Now Alpine is having only footprint of 6 MB, so very robust. So these are the major advantage. And please remember, हम एक कहावत कहते होते हैं पत्थर पे लकीर. You have to use this technology. No escape. In my case, I'm not using it for one or from the 4 years I'm using this technology, and I have found out this is just imaging technology.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Sir, there is one query in the chat box. Can I install Docker on VM?
Yes, in my case, what we were doing, we were installing on AWS's VMs only. We were installing. So in VM, where also we can use the VM. In that VM we can install. We can install host system as a Linux. Then we can install. But that is not preferable because we use the host operating system for some other purpose. So in VM you can also install. No issue regarding that. So again, very simple. If it is Red Hat based, yum install Docker. If it is Debian based, just apt-get install docker.io. Within second, this Docker is going to install. And rest of the commands are same. How to create the containers, or everything is same, whether it is cloud, personal system, or any VM, anything. Is this clear?
Yes. Any other participant?
Please remember, in this essay, we are covering a lot of powerful topics. That mean Kubernetes will be there. Other many topics are there, which are very powerful. So step by step is there. So please try to do the practice, and please ask another questions.
Sir, some students were asking about the PPTs. So
yes,
share
immediately after the class, I will be sharing in WhatsApp group, and I will be sending the mail to you also.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
I will be sharing in that WhatsApp group also, and I will be mailing it to you also. In both way, I will be sending.
Okay, okay. Thanks a lot, sir. So I think no more queries there. So
that is surprising for me also. A morning session. So they have to, I have to torture them for one more session.
No, sir. It's very informative. Sessions are really informative.
Thank
so,
you.
okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay.